Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. There we go. Welcome, 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 everyone, to this Sunday evening, afternoon. I hope you all are doing well. For the few people who are watching, I truly appreciate you. Yeah, there is a ton to go over today. I keep on thinking to myself, you know what? I've been so busy working on other projects that there's no way in hell I've spent enough time online to find a bazillion stories to cover. Am I doing it in my sleep? I don't know. I don't know because I have a bazillion stories to cover. So much so, I'm going to have to split the stream. I will be doing a stream about the wildfires and any environment-related stories. Check my phone for my schedule, either tomorrow or Tuesday evening. Let's see if I have anything on the go either day, because then that would drastically narrow it down. You know what I'm saying. Okay, no, I'm good. I can do it Monday or Tuesday. But welcome. Hello, Looney Tunes. Yeah, where the hell is everyone? Please give me a thumbs up to let me know that you can see and hear me, that I am a real person right now. I did pop into your last live stream for a little bit. Just saying. I usually can't stick around though, because I have a bazillion things on the go. And quite honestly, if you're just talking like American politics, like congressional runs or candidates and stuff like that, I'm not all that interested. Because I have enough. Oh my God, this got so tangled. It's my earphones. I only have so many spoons, and I have so much to cover about here in Canada and international stories that I regularly cover and all that sort of stuff. And also, you know, it's not like my channel. Anybody would be swayed to vote for one person or another. But I do wish everyone well in your elections who are, you know, DSA approved candidates. I know enough to know that. Wow, these got super duper tangled. There we go. Almost, almost. Yeah, I've been busy working on that TYT essay. Fell down a rabbit hole. You see, again, this is why I say to people, I have no idea when it will get done because, something that should have taken just a couple hours took a few days. Oh, yeah. But also, I got a new table. Yay! So I needed a new table because the one that I had was dipping in the middle. It's one of those portable foldable tables that was broken. I found it on the curb. And the dip was in the middle. I was worried that it was going to collapse like my last table in the same condition did, which ended up breaking my mic, and I had to get a new mic. I did not want to risk a second collapse, and so I had to get a new table, something nice and sturdy, so that I wouldn't have to worry about that. And that's exactly what I did. And it came in. It said 2 people needed to put it together. I did it by myself, although I did injure myself, apparently. I'm not entirely sure how. I have a suspicion as to how I was injured, but I have a massive purple bruise on my knee. And I think it's when I was trying to flip it. That was the hardest part, and I really should have waited to get help to flip the table over because it's super heavy. But it's also, again, super sturdy. I would feel comfortable under it during an earthquake. So yeah. Any help with finances right now would be really appreciated because it was not cheap. Yeah, I'll wait till more people are in before I humbly beg for assistance with that. But, I'll dangle a carrot. And that is, I'll show what I was working on, the TYT essay for the past few days. And then you can see the rabbit hole situation, and you can find out the origins. That's the word I'm looking for. The origins of some of the misinformation that Jank was spreading. Yeah. But oh my God, like I said, I went down one massive rabbit hole and for 2 different things related to the same thing. I had to find a video, so I found the original video of something from a channel that only has like 70 subscribers. But it's the original video, so it's really good quality as opposed to all the clipped ones that were being spread around the internet. Hello, True Democratic North. Welcome to the SandBox. Nice to see you. Yeah, I retweeted that I'm live right now. But yeah, I don't get much engagement online. It is what it is. But yeah, so I had to set up the new table, make sure that, because then I had to change the angle of the camera and the lights and everything, but I think it works well, and I don't need to put something under my mic to boost it up. It's at a decent height right now. And I can, cross my legs the way that I like to cross them because I'm usually moving around in my chair without worry about, my table collapsing, which I was super worried about. And it has lowered my stress enough that I'm able to work. Because I think there is just a tinge of stress from the table and worried about like working on it too much that was preventing me from doing a lot of the work I wanted to do. So yeah. Hello, Demand Better Canada. Welcome to the SandBox. Yeah, so I think that just extra shade of stress was preventing me from really getting to work. Plus, I've started another, I wouldn't call it a project, but it's like kicking myself in the ass that I didn't start this a lot sooner. Because, when federal and provincial elections come around again, I want to be prepared this time. And I want to know what were all the stories since the last election. And so I've started going back through my live streams and going through it. And so anything related to Mark Carney or Doug Ford, when it comes to their corruption, their scandals, their lies, all of that sort of stuff, I'm now cataloging all of those links that I've done. It is a grueling process. It's taken a while. It's taking a while because I have over a year's worth to go through of live streams. And then I have, ADHD, autism, time unawareness. And my mind is getting fucking blown. Because I remember at one point I was experimenting with a different hairstyle where I was, kind of parting at the side and flipping it over and seeing how that looked. And I didn't really like it. I could have swore up and down that I did that just earlier this year, like in the late spring. No, it was a year ago, late spring, that I did it. A year ago. And I'm like, there's no way. I just did this a few months ago. Nope, a year ago. And it doesn't help that a year ago, the United States had attacked Iran and there was an outbreak of wildfires. It's just it's on a repeat cycle. We're doing Groundhog Year all the time, I think. But every time it gets worse. So all the same shit is happening. It's just it's getting worse every time we cycle through it. So that's like a mind fuck. And then there was a clip from Mark Carney. I was thinking this was like from the beginning of his administration. No, I just found it like from 9 months ago. So it's like hello, Marina. Welcome to the SandBox. And hermeteorologist, welcome. Yeah, so I'll wait till we get a bunch more people in the SandBox before I start, again, humbly pleading for assistance when it comes to paying off this table that I had to get for the sake of my studio and sanity. But it is a really nice table, at least, it's that's the thing. You buy a good quality one, it will last. Like this table will last and last and last. So I don't have to worry about that anymore. Yeah, so I've been working on the other project of cataloging all the links from that are related to like Doug Ford and Mark Carney. Oh, hello, Commie Economist. Welcome to the SandBox, and thank you for Boost. Yes, comment. Boost. So I've been working on that. Been working on the TYT essay, like I mentioned earlier. I got some very interesting chunks done, and like I said, I went down a fucking rabbit hole. Oh, like just what I uncovered. I should not have more journalistic integrity than Jank and Anna. I'm not even a fucking journalist. But what I uncovered was like, wow, so Jank is just going around and full-throatedly saying this stuff on hearsay. And it would be hearsay from fucking Fox News. So it's like, because when I dug into it, it's like, okay, this really is not looking good. Not looking good for him. So, yeah. Super interesting. So that segment, well, there's 2 parts in that segment, about 15 minutes long. So if I get my table paid off in this stream, that's not going to happen. Not going to happen unless I get like a heavy hitter in the SandBox. Super duper heavy hitter. And also, I'd prefer it not through super chats because I need the money more than a few months from now because YouTube, you don't get paid right away with YouTube. You gotta wait. Make sure that the payments go through and then it's deducted and all that sort of stuff. So, I'd prefer the PayPal link in the description box below or an e-transfer because then that way I can put it directly onto my credit card. Anyway, such is life, such is life. Well, why don't I get into the news and hopefully when people see me talking about the doom and gloom, they'll start popping in more. As opposed to my personal oversharing doom and gloom. Hello, the world N66. I don't know what you typed. I don't know what that means. WTL as I don't know that acronym, if it's an acronym or if you just hit the keyboard. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah. So as per my norm, okay, again, total time blindness with this. I'm going to say, as is my normal setup for my live stream, I'm going to start with international and this and that and the other thing. I didn't start doing this until a lot more recently than I thought, because again, I'm going through over a year's worth of live streams to get those links. And I could have swore I was doing this setup for quite some time where it's like international, federal, provincial, and then other stories. Nope. Plus, I'm packing in a hell of a lot more stories than I used to. Obviously, my live streams are now like 5 hours long. Well, they were back then too, so I was probably just, shooting the shit a lot more. Because I'm looking and they weren't all that organized once upon a time. So it's only been like within a year that I started to actually organize how I do my live stream. It's fascinating going through this time warp. Yeah. The world ends. Sorry, I hit the keyboard as my kitten attacked my feet. Sorry. No, I totally get that. I totally get that. Oh, they do that to me too. But yes, I could have made up something that you typed, but I didn't. Oh, right. I need to plug in my headphones, but yeah, I'm already. This table was expensive, but it's so worth it. Because already I can feel my stress working just notched down a bunch. Because if you're working on a surface that you're worried is going to collapse at any moment, it doesn't help. And then this one, I can actually spread out a little bit more. And yeah, so it's wild how much more productive I've been just in the past few days since I've gotten this table. So it's, I wish I didn't need this stuff for my studio setup, but it is what it is. I hope for this to be my job someday, like really a job as opposed to a hobby that occasionally gives me pocket change. Fingers crossed I'll get there. I'll get there. Especially once I start clipping videos and stuff again. But, TYTSA. So. Anyway, why don't we actually just get into the news? So, as per my normal, we're starting with international news. So, I always find it interesting when this type of thing is pointed out. The contrast between how the world will deal with Russia and Ukraine versus Israel and Gaza. How, if you flip it and say, well, you do this for Ukraine, would you not do the same for Gaza? Suddenly, the people who should be on the side of the Palestinians go very quiet and they get very, what's the word? Adversarial towards people who point it out. And people will lose jobs and all that sort of stuff because they just point out the hypocrisy, the grandiose hypocrisy of the world leaders and the world in general. And so this is from Musafar saying, journalist, you've said okay, well, I don't need to repeat the quotes because he says it, but apparently days later, this journalist was fired for saying something that should be obvious, I would say. Like, again, just apply the same standards to Gaza as you do to the Ukraine.
You have been repeating several times that Russia should repay for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Do you believe Israel should repay for the reconstruction of Gaza, since they have destroyed almost all the strip and the civilian infrastructures? Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriele. It's definitely an interesting question on which I would not have any comment at this stage.
You have been repeating several times that Russia should...
Sorry, I got distracted so that I could do this. You'll understand in just a second. I don't have a fancy setup. I have to figure out different hacks on how to do these sorts of things. There we go. There we go. There we go. And you're like, what is going on? This is going on. Thank you so much, Marina, for the $9.99 currency and the funky dancy lime. I love that. I don't know the conversion, so I'm just assuming I'm rich right now. Thank you for paying off my tape. Super appreciate it. Yes, I have to figure out different hacks to make myself look like a professional here. Oh, it's your first super on a live stream. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That is super kind of you. Synonymous saying don't say the Ukraine. It's Russian imperial propaganda. Okay. Wasn't sure I said that, but if so, I'll try to make sure I don't in the future. 56 Nick Rich, welcome to the SandBox. Yeah, so it's very, yeah. The same standard never applies to Ukraine and Gaza. And it's just, this type of thing really shines a light on it. That this world is so off balance, that it's so, trying to think of like a profound way of saying it. But I'm sometimes at a loss for words because it is so apparent what is happening in Gaza. It's the first live stream genocide. Yet the world leaders refuse to do anything about it. Israel, Netanyahu, but it's Israel because, again, if Netanyahu loses his seat, the next administration won't be any better, might be even worse. So the state of Israel will not stop what they're doing in the West Bank, which we'll get to in a moment, and Gaza until one of two things happen. They complete their objective, or the other world leaders force them to stop. And right now, that's not looking so good. It's not looking so good. So speaking of the West, so Marina is saying it's Great British pounds. Why, thank you. Now let's convert it to kilograms. So we'll move down and I'll have to go back. No. Oh, right. The next tweet, there's a few quote tweets to go through. So there was an incident. Did I put these in the right order? Oh, no. Okay, yeah. I do have to go back in this one. So this is from Drop Site News. I'm not going to really show the footage because it's probably not great. So Drop Site News reported breaking footage captures the moment an Israeli settler opened fire and killed 4 young Palestinian men as they confronted a settler attack in the village of Tel, northwest Nablus, Friday morning. And I'm gonna do this. Just get it there. You do hear the doom when I do that. I'll get to that in just a second. And so then they quote tweeted that saying, the moment a Palestinian man seized an assault rifle from an armed Israeli settler who was threatening him during a settler attack on the village of Tel, southwest of Nablus. The Times of Israel, citing an Israeli military statement, said dozens of Israelis had entered areas A and B of the occupied West Bank on what the IDF called a hike. Despite those areas being off limits to Israelis, the group included armed settlers. A Palestinian man snatched a rifle from one of the armed Israelis, who charged at him, in a threatening manner with his gun raised, aimed directly at the Palestinian. The Palestinian man then shot dead a 32-year-old settler who served in a settlement security unit. Israeli forces then shot and killed the Palestinian. 3 other Palestinians were shot dead immediately afterwards in what Palestinian officials described as a field of execution. And 8 others were wounded in the Israeli settler and security forces attack. More details in the post below. So here's a breakdown of how the incident happened. The Palestinian man initially appeared to be trying to protect another Palestinian, likely his brother, when an armed settler hits him in the head with a rifle. As he moves away, he is kicked or struck from behind. Still, he retreats again. So again, I'm not really going to be showing the images of this. I don't like showing images of this type of violence necessarily online. But again, we were talking about it not all that long ago. When, I can't remember his name, was on the Majority Report, responding to Ro Khanna, who was at the West Bank and detained for a little bit. And one of the journalists that usually works in the West Bank was on, and he was explaining exactly this type of situation, how they always have to hold back. The Palestinians in the West Bank can't really protect or defend themselves, because the instant they do, then a swarm of Israeli soldiers will come in, or settlers will come in, and settlers and soldiers will come in and massacre, kill people, abuse people, burn down houses. And it just starts getting, again, worse and worse and worse. Netanyahu is waiting for an excuse to do the same in the West Bank as what he did in Gaza. He's waiting for an excuse. And, it's terrifying. Especially knowing, like, there's nothing we can do to stop it, and we see it happening, and yet all the world leaders will still gaslight us, telling us that, Israel has a right to defend itself. But the Palestinians don't, apparently. So as he moves away, he is kicked and struck from behind. Still, he retreats again. Israeli settlers or surrounding soldiers, under whose protection incursion appears to be taking place, then fire live shots. The sound of gunshots can be heard clearly in the video. An armed Israeli settler then charges directly at Ramadan and a fellow Palestinian with a gun raised and pointed at their chest, closing distance between them as gunshots are heard in the background. Ramadan disarms him, takes the rifle, and aims at the settler, purportedly shoots him dead. In the sequence visible in the footage, it is clear he is acting in self-defense against an imminent armed and threat than the terrorist attack senior Israeli officials are calling it, and using it to justify pogroms in Palestinian villages. 5 Palestinians were ultimately killed in the broader settlement and Israeli military forces attack. In this incident, dozens more have been wounded and property damaged since. So it's getting worse. It's escalating. Settlers have set up an outpost less than 24 hours after 4 Palestinians were killed and 4 others wounded, 3 critically after Israeli settlers attacked a town of Tel, southwest of Nablus, under the protection of Israeli forces. Within 24 hours, a UK-sanctioned contractor uprooted hundreds of olive trees. Then the outpost went up in the same site, and the settlers filmed themselves narrating what comes next. The retaliation against murderous peoples in the village has begun. And I saw the before and after images of these olive trees, and they were like 500 years old. But they do that. They erase the culture, the livelihood. They make it impossible to maintain life. It's genocide. It's ethnic cleansing. It's happening before our eyes. Again, this is all being live streamed. We have the before and after images of what has happened. There is no denying it. Anyone who is denying it at this point is making the choice to go along with what Israel is doing. They are making that active choice. So the contractor is Harel Libya, placed on UK sanction list for violence against Palestinians. Within hours of the attack, his company brought in more than 10 excavators and began tearing through the village's olive groves. And there you can see the footage of the excavators going in and just plowing them down. The settlers filmed themselves. You can see here a caravan, which, God willing, will strip bare the land here, establish more farms. The excavators working up towards the village, and the party is over soon. The village is going down too. They have no shame. Like, it's not even that it's live stream. It's like literally the people committing the genocide are live streaming it, are posting about it, are boasting about it. They're doing it with absolute impunity. So by the next morning, settlers have built an outpost on the exact site of the attack. Families already moving in. Land seized, hundreds of trees gone, a structure standing. The move comes after Netanyahu and Katz said they have launched a series of military operations in retaliation for the settlers' death. While the National Security Minister Idman Ben-Gvir said Palestinian villages in the occupied West Bank should be made to resemble Beit Hanun, the Gaza town Israeli forces have razed to the ground. Central Command Chief Avi Bluth has been explicit about the doctrine, curfews, encirclement, and what he calls reshaping operations applied to any village that raised a hand against settlers. If Palestinians defend themselves from pogroms, this is the punishment. If this gets to The Hague, there's going to be no shortage of evidence. Because sometimes they say one of the hardest things about the genocide is proving intent. Okay, the people who are doing the genocide are just outright saying it. They're outright saying it. So associations for civil rights in Israel have called for a war crimes investigation into the chief over this policy. And so a little bit more on that. After the massacre in Tel yesterday, Israeli settlers launched a wave of pogroms on nearby villages. Today, the Israeli army joined the attacks and tear gassed the people of neighboring village of Surah. They also tear gassed journalists and ambulances. Now, how the media covers this is always a tell. It's always a tell. You know, again, this type of thing would not be made possible if it wasn't for the complicity in the mainstream media. The only way we know about these details is because of outlets like Dropsite News, independent journalists that are reporting on this. Otherwise, this is what the majority of the population would see. 6 killed in West Bank shooting, shooting officials say amongst the deadliest in months. And that's from the New York Times. So what you're not hearing there is who was killed, how they were killed, and who were they killed by. Just, it makes it sound like there was, you know, a brawl or something. The authorities say 4 Palestinians and 2 Israelis were killed in the incident. The details remain unclear, with officials giving differing accounts. Yeah, the details remain unclear other than there's actual footage of what happened. And they don't say anything again about how, why, even though, again, there is footage. They don't say that it was Israelis, settlers, that were killed. Ones that had crossed into territory they shouldn't have been in. That they were threatening the lives of the Palestinians there. And it's been escalating. Israeli settlers set mosques ablaze in Khazar, south of Nablus. Israeli settlers have attacked the town of Khazar in the northern occupied West Bank, setting fire to a mosque and spray painting racist slogans on its wall. Again, how our mainstream media covers it. This is from CBC. 2 mosques in the West Bank set on fire during a deadly surge in settler violence. Okay, might want to put that Israeli settler violence, but, you know, a little bit better, widespread violence threatening to ignite across the territory. Now, I read through this article, but just get down to here. So, the exact circumstances of Friday's deadly incident remains unclear, but Israeli media reports and interviews with local Palestinian officials said they were sparked after a group of settlers entered the village of Tel and were confronted by residents who were fearful of an attack. Makes it sound like the Palestinians were the aggressors. Then, according to the Israeli military, one of the Palestinians took one of the settlers' weapons and fired on the group, killing that person, a security guard from the nearby settlement. Not explaining why the Palestinian took the rifle. Also, not naming the Palestinian. Naming the settler, giving the settler's age, but none of the Palestinians who were killed. They're not giving their names or ages. And I read through, like I said, I read through the article, and do you know what? It doesn't say, according to Palestinian media, according to drop site news, according to, well, Palestinians don't have a military. They're not including that perspective. They're only including the Israeli perspective on this. They make it sound like, by excluding the other perspective, that Palestinians attacked Israeli soldiers because they were afraid, or Israelis without saying settlers, illegal settlers or soldiers. But it's been escalating. So back up top, 2 mosques in the Israeli-occupied West Bank were set on fire overnight in apparent Israeli settler attack, officials said Sunday, after a spat of deadly violence that killed 4 Palestinians and 2 Israeli soldiers. The violence comes as Palestinians and Israeli opposition accuse Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's hardline government of turning a blind eye to attacks by settlers against Palestinians, which is threatening to ignite widespread violence across the territory. Israeli soldiers, so again, those settlers are in league with the soldiers, and police fanned out across the West Bank after the attack, closing off major roads and blocking access to a hospital where it said 2 militants were hiding. Israel also arrested more than 70 Palestinians over the weekend as they attempted to contain the escalating violence, also known as kidnapping. They just took these people. They're hostages now, but they're never referred to as hostages by the mainstream media. I would imagine they didn't have anything to do with the incident even. But they were just snatched up, put into their torture prisons. Many of them won't even make it out. The mosques in the villages of Qasr and Khor in the northern West Bank suffered extensive damage in the fires. In Qasr's, the attackers spray-painted Revenge Ben Yahu, referring to one of the Israeli soldiers killed on Friday, and the land of Israel is redeemed with blood. The soldier lived in a nearby settlement. So I'll toss this link into the SandBox if you would like to finish reading up on that article. Did I do good? No, did I see? There we go. But Ryan Grimm pointing out too, people often say, why don't villagers in the West Bank ever hit back when Israeli settlers are brutalizing them or burning their homes? The answer was always obvious, but this is it. Netanyahu will use it as justification to accelerate slaughter and destruction of the West Bank. So very much like that journalist was saying on the Majority Report, that this was the fear. This was always the fear. And Benjamin Netanyahu absolutely is using this as an excuse to accelerate his plans. They were just looking for anything. Palestinians in the West Bank are just absolutely at the mercy of the Israeli settlers, and they don't have any mercy. Because the rest of the world ain't doing shit about it. We will pursue terror everywhere, and this is from Benjamin Netanyahu's Twitter account. We will pursue terror everywhere. We will reach the terrorists, their dispatchers, and everyone who assists them, and we will settle accounts with them. The settlers that went into that area were the terrorists, not the Palestinians trying to defend themselves. In the wake of the terrorist attacks over the past day, Defense Minister Israel Katz and I have instructed the IDF, following consultations with members of the Security Cabinet and heads of the security establishment, to take a series of forceful steps against terror, to demolish the home of the terrorists who carried out this morning's attack near the village of Tel, to act forcefully in villages that serve as terrorist hotspots, including collecting weapons and revoking work permits, to bolster our forces throughout Judah and Samaria, to separate traffic routes and set up checkpoints in accordance with security needs, to accelerate the regularization of farms and establishment of new ones. From the depths of my heart, I send condolences to the Melt family whose son was murdered this morning in a heinous attack. I wish a full recovery to the wounded, strength security forces, and settlers who stand courageously and resolutely against terror. We will enable security forces to operate freely at full strength. Again, the terrorists and their dispatchers, I call on everyone to refrain from any action that could harm our forces, operations, or divert them from their central mission to protect Israel's citizen and defeat terror. Absolutely, absolutely using this as an excuse. So Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East has sent this out, just urging Mark Carney to respond to this. And here, I'll put the link to the full statement in the SandBox if people want to read it. Mark Carney absolutely needs to come out and say something about this. He won't. Nobody should be holding their breath on this. Mark Carney is completely fine with everything the Israeli government is doing. He's not doing shit to stop it. So he's not going to come out and say, like, if he says anything, it's going to be from the framing of Benjamin Netanyahu. He's not going to say Palestinians were trying to defend themselves. He'll just say Israel has the right to defend themselves. Absolutely horrific, everything that is happening there. And just an absolute sense of helplessness that there's nothing that we can do about it here. We can pressure our officials, sure, but the people with the most amount of power to do anything about it are the ones choosing not to do anything. But the people with the least amount of power are usually the ones trying to pressure them to do something, because we see the humanity in them. True Democratic North, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I really, really appreciate it. It helps out a lot, every little bit. Yeah, it's just, it's easy to feel, worn down by this. It's hard to cover the news regularly when you see this, when we're aware of it. Because again, people who just pay attention to mainstream news, they don't know all the details that we know. If you go to drop site news, if you rely on progressive outlets, independent outlets, they don't know a lot of the horrors, but that's no excuse because they're readily available. If they're on TikTok, they would know the truth. If they're on Twitter, they would know the truth. You'd have to be living under a rock right now. But they use the framing of the mainstream media as a way to, what's the word? To have deniability in knowing. It's like, well, the mainstream media didn't say anything, but they know. Again, at this point, everyone who is still supporting Israel's actions are doing so with the knowledge of what's happening there. And they will just use mainstream media's lack of detailed reporting on it as a way to, what's the word? The way to have deniability? That's not it. There's a word. Plausible deniability. 56 Nick Rich, yeah. Plausible deniability. They didn't know. They knew. They knew. Okay, so we're going to get into some American news next. But I just wanted to check in with the SandBox. Looney Tunes, you can do 5 hours? I regularly do 5 hours now. That's why I'm starting earlier. Yes, I said do. Let's see. So Maria just saying a little bit towards my table. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Again, you have no idea. Why don't I put it on the main shot while I'm doing this? You have no idea how much stress has just been evaporated from me. Working on a table I'm not worried about is going to collapse at any moment, wrecking my equipment. Hello, Soul Life, who actually made it to the live stream. Oh, you're talking about Looney actually making it to the live stream. He was actually first in the SandBox, you know. Let's see. Hello, the Wild West. Welcome to the SandBox. Talking about vegan cheese? Okay, I don't know. I did eat a little bit before this, so hopefully I won't get too distracted with it when everyone decides to start talking about food for some reason. The Wild West, I hope ghosts are real and these settlers never get a night of sleep again. You're building your home on a mass murder. Yeah. Hello, Kit Buwazi. Welcome to the SandBox. I believe I've seen your name before, and I probably pronounced it even worse this time. Marina, I don't think these monsters will face any justice. Tony Blair and George Bush are still free. I don't have much faith in it either, unfortunately. I know Owen Jones he'll talk about, you know, the day that this will happen and they'll all be put on trial and stuff like that. He's very idealistic, I think. Because, like, I live in a country where there were genocides of indigenous peoples, residential schools, which shut down only in the 90s. Nobody has faced any consequences for that. Thousands of people involved with running and staffing those residential schools have been tracked down. Not a single one of them has gone to court for the atrocities they committed. There has never been any true reconciliation for what this country did. And a lot of the people who could be persecuted are still alive. They're still alive. It's not like it happened so long ago that there's nobody left to go to court. There's still plenty of people that can be held accountable for their actions. And it's not happening. So as much as I would love to believe that everyone, all the governments that turned a blind eye to this genocide, who supported it by sending weapons, I'd love to see them all in front of the Hague. I just don't think it's going to happen either. Hello, Big Jerry. Welcome to the SandBox. I know it's such a downer to say that, too. But, yeah. 56 Nick Ridge. ICE agents are terrorists in the USA. Will BB deal with them? We're about to talk about ICE agents being terrorists. Well, they're not the terrorists. According to the Americans, they're not the terrorists. Let's see. The true Democratic North, sad how Canadians vote against their own interests. Yep. Looney Tunes MSN doesn't know shit. I would say so. Okay. I'm closed down a bunch of these tabs. So, as I was saying at the beginning of my live stream, I have so much to go through. I will be splitting this into 2 live streams. And I'd like you to put a 1 in the SandBox if you would like to see that live stream tomorrow, Monday, or put a 2 if you'd rather it be on Tuesday. And it's going to be devoted to the wildfires and environmental issues, because there was just so much to cover with that there's no way I could fit it into this live stream. So put a 1 if you would like to see that tomorrow evening, or put a 2 if you would like to see it Tuesday evening. And I will accommodate, I will, the SandBox will be democratic with this. So, but only 1 vote per SandBoxer. Oh. Yeah. Lots and lots. I know some people have been trickling in a little bit later. Been working on the TYT essay. I fell down some fucking rabbit holes with that one. Oh my god. Oh my god. What I found out. Wow. Just. This one is specifically Jank. In his rhetoric, and how bad he was, and how little journalistic integrity he had. The fact that I have more than him and I'm not even a fucking journalist. What I was able to dig out by just doing, internet searches. The lies he is spreading, just like the stories he's spreading based on nothing. And I'm sure a lot of you have heard some of these stories that I am referring to. Well, it's one story in particular. I'm sure a lot of you have heard about it because Jank despises the idea of trans women in sports, and he always points to one specific example. I went to digging, and I found a whole bunch of bullshit. That's what I found, a layer of bullshit. So if I get a bazillion dollars in super chats and I'm not completely pooped out by the end of this live stream, I'll give you guys a sneak peek of what I found out. 56 Nick Ridge, it would probably be like 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. The Wild West says, add, as the head of my household, 1. Okay. So far I have 1 vote for Monday. Every vote counts. Let's get back to the news. There's a lot to go through. Mark Joycey, TYT was great in 2010 when progressive media was tiny. Yeah, no, when I first started watching TYT, there were some good things. And you know what? I was actually wanting to talk to you about coming on my live stream again. Because I know that there's a wildfire burning over in your neck of the woods. but I have too many tabs and stuff that I want to go over to have anybody on that particular talk, but we can talk again sometime about the wildfires and just the environmental situation here in Canada, if you like. But yeah, TYT, Once Upon a Time was good. You know, they built that whole organization with the support of progressives, and they're now supporting the people who literally want to see us dead. That's quite the way of saying thank you. Okay, so let's get back to the news. Now we're switching over into American bullshit. Let's see. There we go. So this is Congressman Dan Goldman, who is responding to, some murders, which is standard if it happens in a politician's area, that they'll speak up. Well, sometimes, sometimes they don't say anything. But, oftentimes they do, and when they do, sometimes they miss the mark. This happened in the UK as well. Exactly this type of thing that I'm about to read out here. So Dan here is saying, I have no doubt there will be many well-written social media posts condemning the anti-Semitic stabbings in the Upper West Side today. And I'm sure many people's thoughts and prayers will be with the victims and their families. But these statements ring hollow when so many in the city normalize anti-Semitism, including simply by associating American Jews with the action of the Israeli government. Enough is enough. So there was a story not too long ago in the UK. I forget where exactly. Filton? No, that's the Filton 4. That's a different thing. Where somebody who is mentally unwell killed or didn't kill. I think he just stabbed a couple Jewish people, but killed somebody else earlier in the day. But, a same type of attack. And in that story, the media was talking about the Jewish people who were attacked, but said nothing of the person earlier in the day who was Muslim, who was also attacked. Not a peep from mainstream media about that person, so that they could frame it specifically as an anti-Semitic attack. Well, Mehdi Hassan is also pointing this out, just total erasure of the Asian victim who was stabbed first. So in that story, Dan here isn't sending condolences to that person, isn't, saying boo about the fact that the first victim was Asian. The suspect in Thursday's double stabbing on New York City Upper West Side has been charged with hate crimes in connection with the stabbing of a Jewish man outside a synagogue. But doesn't say anything about the Asian man. And this exact same thing happened in the UK not too long ago, just so that they could frame it as an anti-Semitic attack. And here we have from Ken Klippenstein. Again, he's been reporting a lot on this, most likely because he's going to fall onto a terror watch list. Well, he's probably already on it. So he's tweeting out this clip saying State Department officials call for pre-crime approach to combat far-left terrorists to prevent plots before they happen. This is literally the Minority Report. That was a movie once upon a time with Tom Cruise. Where they had these precogs, I think they called them precogs, that sat in a bathtub and would tell officials about murders before they happened, and then would go out and arrest those people before they killed. And there were flaws in that system. Sorry to be like should have given a spoiler warning on that one, but that movie is like really old at this point. And now they're doing that with the left, and they keep on referring to left-wing terrorists without citing any examples. You're not seeing that. But the people who are committing the majority of the terror, right-wingers, are not named, are not put onto these lists. And this is having a massive chilling effect on media, on politicians, on activists. People are being targeted for simply having a good heart. Because, you know, in fascism, compassion is a sin. Oh, Golders Green. Yes, Stanley Beckett. That's, yeah, that's the case, Golders Green. The case you were referring to in stabbing in Golders Green, big Jewish area, which came after the stabbing of a Muslim person. Interestingly enough, the charges laid are not under Terrorism Act. Yeah. So exact same thing, where somebody goes off and stabs Jewish people, and that's all covered. But earlier in the day, in both accounts, somebody else was stabbed who wasn't Jewish. And that person is never acknowledged in the coverage. So here is the clip. Let's just say I don't think I will ever be able to travel to the United States again.
As outlined in the United States counterterrorism strategy, we currently are addressing 3 major types of terror groups: narco-terrorists, Islamic.
The concept of a narco-terrorist, again, is just very recent. And it was used as the excuse to start bombing boats. Donald Trump wanted to bomb some drug boats, and so they started referring to the people on those boats as narco-terrorists. None of them went to court. They were all just killed, murdered by the American government. And labeled as narco-terrorists without any evidence. Some of them double tap. You know, if some of the people survived the initial strike, which is a war crime. But just doing it with absolute impunity, because they are the biggest bully in the schoolyard, and not too many people are willing to challenge that type of power. But the whole idea, the concept of a narco-terrorist, again, is also very recent, and it was just kind of made up to justify actions after they did them.
Islamic or jihadi terrorists, and far-left terrorists. For all 3, we need to identify terror actors and plots before they happen. As outlined.
Yep. Far-left terrorists. But they'll never cite a case of something a far-left terrorist has done, but we can start rattling off a lot of things for right-wing terrorist actions down in the States, in Canada too. I am worried, like I am really, really worried about a lot of the politicians in the States, a lot of the independent journalists. Amy Goodman was put on their terrorist list. You know, even a group like the Majority Report, TYT will not be targeted. They serve a purpose to the establishment. But maybe the Majority Report would be. Kyle Kulinski. No. Democracy Now! And we're going to get into how some of these outlets are already starting to be targeted. Because I already just covered drop site news. How long before they're targeted? And so Ilhan Omar was also on that terrorist list. A sitting member of Congress. was put onto a terrorist list. What has she done exactly? What rhetoric has she spewed exactly that would make her a terrorist? Nothing is ever quoted. Nothing is ever said. Maybe some things about her saying something along the lines of Palestinians deserve to live. I think it was Rashida Tlaib that was censured for that sort of thing. Oh, Ilhan Omar was censured for saying it's all about the Benjamins. Yeah, so I guess that makes her a terrorist. And so Representative Omar leads progressive members of Congress in statement condemning Trump's State Department's McCarthyite attack on American free speech rights and collective punishment of Cubans. So Congressional Progressive Caucus, CPC. Sorry, I'm doing that because it's like, could we not have polar opposites in our political naming and coloring? Because here in Canada, our Liberals are red, our Conservatives are blue. Down in the States, your Republicans are red, your Democrats are blue. Up here in Canada, we have a CPC party. That's the Conservative Party of Canada. But down in the States, I guess if we see CPC, it's going to be the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Polar opposites. Just my pet peeve being dyslexic. Anyway, so the chair of that group, Representative Ilhan Omar, and 10 other CPC members and lists off a bunch of their names, issued the following statement in response to the Trump State Department's release of a 100-page report, Cuba, Capital 21st Century Communism. Trump appears hell-bent on taking America back 70 years to the height of the Cold War McCarthyism, when hawkish foreign policy was paired with unsustainable accusations of communist subversion and political repression against dissidents at home. Trump has repeatedly threatened to take over Cuba and has deployed U.S. military ships to seize fuel vessels attempting to arrive on the island. And yet, in an Orwellian move, this administration now claims it is Cuba carrying out the assault against the United States by turning Americans into instruments of their own nation's undoing. We condemn this report's attack on American constitutional rights to free speech and assembly. We denounce this administration's irresponsible attack against civil society, organizations, activists, journalists, labor leaders, members of Congress, elected officials, and private individuals based on their advocacy for peace and foreign policy and social justice at home. I went over this list on my appearance on this space last Wednesday. You can go back and check out my time slot if you would like to see that. Or you can Google Kyle Klinsky and his reports to see the full list of the names. But yeah. Civil society organizations like Black Lives Matter and Code Pink, activists, journalists, labor leaders, union leaders, well, it's labor leaders, politicians, private individuals. Hassan Piker, he's a private individual. He was on that list. Christian Small was on the list. Amy Goodman was on the list. There were different lawyer organizations, law firms that were on the list. This is scary. This is them outright putting a target on these people, warning them. And they're doing it so publicly, again, as a way to send a chilling effect to other people who might want to speak out, because they don't want to be put on a list like this. They don't want to be put on blast. They don't want to be put under scrutiny. And so by publicly naming all of these groups, really is about making a chilling effect of you can't associate with them. And then you have Dave Pacman. I've seen some footage about him. I'm not covering it, but lots of other channels are. He is doing the whole comply in advance type thing. He is like, nope, I'm going to fall in line and be a good little soldier. And that DSA, whoo, they're bad news. Not associating with them at all. Please don't put me on the list. That is exactly why he is doing that. and starting to talk shit about the DSA is he is complying in advance. That is exactly what that spineless cunt is doing. So back to the statement, and we stand firmly against this report and other efforts by the Trump administration to weaponize the federal government against dissent, which is a patriotic tradition. We commit to using our full oversight powers as member of Congress and elected officials to stop the persecution of Trump's perceived political enemies. Trump and Secretary Rubio are intensifying decades of economic war against the very people they say they want to help, all while attacking Americans who oppose the policy, and U.S. blockade deliberately deprives the entire island's population of adequate food, fuel, and medicine. It is past time for Trump to obey the Constitution and end dangerous, cruel, and illegal naval blockade causing collective punishment against Cuba. But, it's tricky territory. Calling out war crimes these days can put you on a terrorist watch list. So we're not going to be watching all of this, and I also covered a bit of this on Wednesday during my This Space, but not only is this terrorist watch list, this McCarthyism happening, but we're in unprecedented times of surveillance. This level of surveillance was not possible before, and it is now. And so all these people on these lists can be tracked. Like, you can't go out in public. You can even be tracked as to what you are doing in your own home. It's a scary time. It's a really scary time. Like, they can literally hack into your computer and figure out what you're doing with your keystrokes, hack into your camera. So, whenever you're not doing live stream, do this. But the microphones are still on. So I just wanted to go over the first few minutes of this. We have a company working to record comings and goings of every single person in the country. Backlash is growing across the United States to Flock, a maker of surveillance camera that feed into massive nationwide database used for police forces and ICE to track people. So the story that I was covering on Wednesday was how they used 48,000 cameras to track down a woman who had an abortion. This isn't going to be used against actual terrorists. It's going to be used against the activists, the labor unions, the journalists, the private citizens who have compassion. Anyone who might go against their fascist narrative.
We turn to a growing movement against Flock, an automatic license plate reader company used by over 5,000 law enforcement agencies in 49 states across the country.
I'm just speeding it up a bit too. You can go to their YouTube page and most likely find this clip as well if you want to watch the whole thing.
Critics have mapped over 100,000 Flock cameras in use on streets in rural and urban communities and accused Flock of building a nationwide mass surveillance system. Flock's cameras aren't like regular traffic cameras. Their surveillance technology records and tracks every car or human that comes into view. And then an AI algorithm catalogs the make, model, color, license plate number, bumper stickers, and even scratches. This personal information is then uploaded to a nationwide database that any law enforcement agency with a Flock contract.
So basically, it's a car's fingerprint. Everything about that car, it's their fingerprint is being recorded.
Track and search with little oversight on how they use what they find. Flock is marketed as a tool to fight crimes, but the cameras collect data on millions of vehicles regardless of whether the driver is suspected of a crime. And as President Trump's immigration enforcement crackdown has escalated, concerns are growing over whether the
Okay, this is just maybe a touch too fast. I'll put it down to 1.25.
Local data from these cameras could be aiding the deportation dragnet. Flock claims it doesn't work with ICE and that ICE does not have direct access to Flock's cameras or systems or data. But an investigation from 404 Media last year found more than 4,000 searches that may have been conducted on behalf of or in partnership with ICE. This past May, an audit by the Dayton, Ohio Police Department found its cameras were searched more than 7,000 times for immigration enforcement purposes. This is what Flock CEO Garrett Langley said in a podcast just last month.
And so when the topic of immigration enforcement comes up, I'm like, guys, the company has no opinion on this. If the state of Texas wants to enforce immigration, they might use Flock, but they're going to go enforce immigration no matter what Flock does. And that's the state of Texas's choice. That's the city's choice. And it's tough, right? It's really tough for my employees to work at a company where they're like, oh, I don't like that law, but our technology is used to enforce it. But we can't make that our problem as a company.
So Flock is...
It's not our fault how the government decides to use our technology. It's not like we're putting any checks or balances and barriers into it. So I will toss this link into the sandbox if you would like to watch the whole clip, but you can probably just go onto YouTube, Democracy Now!, and find the whole clip there too, if you are not on the hostile fart sauna, known as Twitter. But yeah, ICE is now the IDF in America. They are a terrorist organization going around and kidnapping, assaulting, and murdering people. Cracking down on peaceful protesters, disappearing people, putting them into torture camps, prisons. Children are being snatched up. Some of them are being adopted out to families, you know, permanently being separated from theirs. And they're starting to crack down more and more on freedom of speech and freedom of expression. We've seen this type of actions already in the UK with the proscription of Palestine Action. People peacefully sitting with, I'll say it, placards that say, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action, are getting mass arrested. Well, if they don't, now in the States, if they don't like your sign, if they don't like how you're protesting, they're just arresting you. So this person had tweeted out, police arrested a woman protesting ICE for holding a sign on a public sidewalk. Video clearly show a woman just peacefully standing quietly. I do not consent to be searched, she yells as male officers take everything off her. Her sign reads, nobody is free until we are all free. Incident occurred outside ICE processing facility in Broadview, Illinois. Tuku Fuentes doesn't have an account on this platform, so posting first full-length and credited video here to help raise awareness.
You're gonna have the intern do it? You're really having the intern arrest her, you bitches? Shame! 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 Shame!
Yeah. So. Yeah. And more. Again, it's going to be a lot of these independent news outlets that are also targeted. So Dropsite News has, quote, tweeted this out, breaking, the Republican-led House Ways and Means Committee has subpoenaed Breakthrough News for internal communications and financial records as part of an investigation of the nonprofit outlet's calls a politically motivated attack on independent journalism and the First Amendment. Breakthrough News says it has not been accused of any crimes, received no funding from foreign governments or institution, and already complies with nonprofit tax and reporting requirements. The outlet says lawmakers are targeting its coverage of Palestine solidarity, ICE, Cuba, and other U.S. foreign policy issues, and has retained legal counsel to fight the subpoena while launching a petition and fundraising campaign. They're going after the media. People used to fearmonger about the whole McCarthyism. Ooh, careful, if you vote in the Democrats, it'll be McCarthyism all over again. It's happening and it's being celebrated by the current Trump regime. Canada sent a delegate down to that summit, that left-wing terror summit. Yeah, we had a delegation there. You wouldn't know unless you read a Toronto Star article, which is usually behind a paywall, because the rest of the mainstream media, they just mentioned the summit and that, you know, delegates from over 60 countries attended, but not one of them mentioned Canada. Wonder why. So going back to the tweet that was being quoted, Breakthrough News is under attack. Republican lawmakers are claiming our political views and the newsroom reporting are part of some foreign plot. The MAGA-dominated House Ways and Means Committee has issued a subpoena demanding internal communication, financial records, and more. This is flagrant abuse of power and direct attack on our work as journalists and the First Amendment generally. Add your name to our petition and defend. Oh, there's a petition. Let me just check, make sure it doesn't say anything sensitive as I open it up. Okay. So here's the petition. I will toss this into the SandBox. I imagine you have to be American to sign it. Oh no, it has postal code there, so you can be Canadian and sign it because it says zip postal code. So I'll be doing that after this because I don't want to give away my address. I'm trying my best not to dox myself as somebody who's autistic and tends to overshare. That's been tricky sometimes, but yeah. So no warrant, no evidence, no accusations. They're just going in and shutting down this news outlet, trying to find all their sources. It's a chilling effect. Again, it is very much a chilling effect. And so it gets worse and worse and worse the more you find out about what's happening, about what the American government is doing and getting away with. So Crystal Ball had quote tweeted this out saying, deeply disturbing story. Survivors of U.S. boat strike allege they were kidnapped and tortured for days by the U.S. military. The prosecutor investigating the crimes was just assassinated. So this was the quoted tweet. The prosecutor investigating U.S. boat strikes and torture allegations in Ecuador was assassinated. We uncovered NASA images and videos of the U.S. Coast Guard that corroborates the victim's testimony. Then the prosecutor working in the case was shot and killed in broad daylight. So, and this is from Dropsite News. Following up on the story, prosecutor investigating U.S. boat strike and claims of torture was murdered in Ecuador. I'm not going to be reading through it. It's a very long article. So I'm tossing it into the SandBox so that you can read through it if you like. But I'll just scroll through it so you can see, like, this is super duper long. Yeah. And I can only do so much in a live stream. This would be like a whole 5-hour long live stream here. But this type of work is vitally important. Yes, there we go. Leave a comment at the bottom. So super long, but I do recommend that people go through it, support Dropsite News, support every independent progressive outlet you can right now. They need it. And then just again, it's more Orwellian 1984 that we're living in. I really do mean to reread that book just so that I can have, more sleepless nights than I already am having. What the American government is doing, how they're trying to erase logic, the ability to think critically, how they're putting the safety of people in danger. Just to go backwards. Again, when I was a kid, I thought by now we'd be in a much better place, but we're regressing. It's kind of like you have, we're going through the dark ages again. You had lots of civilizations out there with like advanced science and math and all that sort of stuff, and then swoops in, I believe, religion, not necessarily in all situations. And it just regressed into the dark ages. And then you had, oh fuck, what was it called? The Crusades and all that sort of stuff. We're now regressing as a culture, as a society, the ability to think, intelligence, all of that sort of stuff. It's being made harder to advance forward in the future because they're doing shit like this. So Derek guy, who usually doesn't do anything about politics, but here we go, He usually talks about clothing. Had a very funny thread about the Taint brothers. Fuck, I can't remember their first names. Anyway, he had a funny tweet about that. But he's saying things will get worse as a significant percentage of students secretly use AI to do homework. There's always been a divide between those who care about education for its own sake and those who only care about grades. But AI will worsen this divide, leaving fewer people with the ability to do such thing as casual reasoning. And so what he's quote tweeting is this. This is from the CDC website. So when AI is being used, it's not critically thinking. AI is just scraping the internet for information. So when, the Trump regime puts out bullshit, AI will scrape it and send it to people as its fact without any, again, ability to think critically. Vaccines and autism has been debunked. So, just completely debunked. Yet here it is on the CDC website, autism and vaccines. They are making the population dumber. Because, when you don't know the full truth, when you don't know the full situation, it's harder to fight back. Now people will just be scared of vaccines and oh no, their child might be autistic because having a child like me would just be horrible. Okay, I did give my, it wasn't exactly great growing up. Anyway. So they keep people uninformed and afraid so that they're easier to control, so that they're easier to manipulate, so that they're easier to be made cogs in the capitalist machine. Not just that, also this. So Mehdi Hassan, quote tweeting this out, just insane timeline we're living in. Not sure how this country ever recovers from the authoritarian far-right madness. And this is from the New York Times, which we're not going to be reading the article, but here we have this. Breaking. President Trump ordered new signs outside the Smithsonian National Museum of American History to warn that its depiction of U.S. history, in his view, is inaccurate. It was his latest escalation in his dispute with the institution. Keep people uninformed and afraid. I don't give a fuck about his opinion. Opinions aren't fact. The opinion in its definition is just what my thoughts are on something. It is not a fact. And so why does it matter what his opinion is when it comes to history that has factual evidence? In my opinion, clouds are made of cotton candy. Because if you look at them, how can you not think they're cotton candy? And there's all these little, sky fairies that eat up the clouds because it's cotton candy and they're sweet. And that's why the clouds will come and go. And so then the clouds, they'll be made again through the sugar in the atmosphere and the moisture. They'll condense and make cotton candy. And then the little sky fairies will go and eat that again. And so you can get big clouds and small clouds and they keep on growing and shaping. And that's why, in my opinion. So, because I have a platform, you all need to take that as fact. Oh. Meanwhile, when it comes to actual terrorism and people under threat and things that are happening, it gets overlooked. So already talked about the story about the stabbing in the United States. And they talked about the Jewish man who was stabbed or attacked, but didn't say anything about the Asian man who was attacked. Mainstream media tends not to run with these stories either. Well, okay, they did, but they kept on emphasizing, I saw a couple news clips on it, they kept on emphasizing over and over and over again. We don't know the motivation behind these people. We don't know if this is a hate crime. We are separating ourselves from this fully. We don't know the facts of the situation, and that is true. The footage. Yeah. And so on the mainstream news media, they were hiding the faces of the people who were attacking a Muslim woman in front of her 7-year-old child. Mainstream media was hiding their faces, trying to say, oh, we don't know if this is a hate crime. Yeah, horrible situation. We don't know. We don't know. So the National Council of Canadian Muslims had tweeted this out. It is hard to put into words the extreme sadness and frustration and anger so many of us are feeling with respect to an alleged, and yeah, I'll grant it that, alleged group attack on a Muslim woman in front of her 7-year-old child and others in Moncton, New Brunswick. So yes, until we know all the facts, can say alleged. But I have opinions. In the news media, well, we don't know what she did. I have opinions, but this is an alleged attack. While trying to enjoy a car parade inside a parking lot, the family were allegedly accosted by a group that yelled obscenities at them, including phrases like, "Go back to your country." Moments after, the group then allegedly beat the Muslim woman in front of her son, while her husband was some distance away. He said he found her later on with a swollen face and bloody nose, along with other signs of an alleged assault. This is a horrifying ordeal, and authorities have been alerted. We are in touch with all parties, urge authorities to investigate all angles of this incident, including hate motivations. Meanwhile, we urge all elected officials in Atlantic Canada and beyond to denounce the rise in Islamophobia across Canada and to meet with community members. We will have more to say as the situation evolves. In Canada, Mark Carney has made committees and proposals and all this sort of stuff when it comes to attacking or combating anti-Semitism. He has done dick all when it comes to Islamophobia. So many hate crimes have been committed against Muslims in Canada. A family of 4 in London were plowed down by a vehicle. There was the mosque shooting in Quebec. I'm going to get into another story of how a Muslim woman was assaulted. And the perpetrators rarely, well, unless they do the things like the murders, are rarely held accountable for what they did. Usually once they do the murder, then it's like, okay, we have to charge you. But I'll just show some of the footage here. So that's her, I imagine, yelling for help, in my opinion. Again, I don't like showing a lot of violence on my channel. So here we go again from the NCCM. Please see this important reminder from MP Gannett Petipa Taylor in light of horrifying group attack on Muslim woman in Moncton, New Brunswick. The survivor of the incident suffered serious injuries, including a concussion. We do not have to accept this as the new normal. It is time for an elected leader to sit down with community members and build a real plan forward. And so this is from the MP. A horrifying report of vicious assault in our community this week has just come to my attention. I am sickened by what I have learned. At least they're saying something. There was another incident up in Northern Ontario of a Muslim family being targeted. The MP and MPP of the area wasn't saying dick. They weren't doing anything about it. So at least this politician's putting out a statement. I am told a Muslim woman was reportedly assaulted in front of her 7-year-old son after being aggressively told to go back to your country. As a result of the attack, she required immediate medical attention and hospitalization. I'm outraged and I condemn this without reservation. Hate-motivated crimes are on the rise in Canada and we must not be silent. Our silence emboldens those who seek to divide us. So, yeah. I'll just skip down. Islamophobia and other forms of hate must not be allowed, and we must all stand to oppose it. To the woman who endured this horrific attack and to her son, please know that many, many people from our community stand with you in solidarity. Your safety, dignity, and right to live free from fear matter. So that was about that attack. Now, what I was referring to before, how rarely the perpetrators of these types of attacks, again, once they do the murder, it crosses the line. But if they don't do the murder, were they really guilty? So here we have a Swiss man who assaulted protester in Ottawa gets absolute discharge. We don't know if it was a hate crime other than he was yelling out, "I'm a fucking racist," as he was attacking a young woman in a hijab. Supporters of a woman attacked outside 2024 defense conference shouted in disbelief as judge gave his ruling. A Swiss man who pleaded guilty to punching a protester in the face outside an Ottawa defense conference in 2024 was given an absolute discharge. He even pleaded fucking guilty Wednesday, a result that was met with angry shouts from supporters of the victim. David Henschel discharged includes a finding of guilt, but no conviction or conditions to follow. Your behavior on the day in question was criminal. It caused harm. However, having considered everything, in my view, the appropriate disposition is an absolute discharge, Justice Norman Boxall told the court. Yeah, this justice and the one here in Ontario that acquitted somebody who had 48 women testify against him, saying that he sexually assaulted them through invasive medical exams that weren't required for their conditions. But the judge in that case found all of those 48 people to not be credible, all those 48 women to not be credible. Well, here the judge is just like, you know what? I totally get it. I totally get you were having a bad day. In fact, it's you. The excuse is so absurd. So unbelievably absurd. Henschel, who has a military background, stood at attention as the discharge was granted and saluted. What kind of salute was it? After the judge read it out loud, or read it out. He has 14 days to pay a $5,000 victim surcharge. The judge pointed out that that's substantially higher than the typical $100 fine. But the amount wasn't related to the assault. Rather, it's because Henschel failed to appear during his first sentencing appearance earlier that month. So he failed to appear to a sentencing. He pleaded guilty, and he still got a discharge. And the money isn't because of what he did to the woman, just because of what he did to the court. Supporters of the Palestinian Canadian woman Henschel struck packed the courtroom and shouted shame after the decision. Police eventually cleared the crowd out as some yelled racist, racist, racist at Henschel. Outside the court, Bassem Hassam, the father of the victim, said the attack left his family feeling unsafe and his children no longer attend demonstrations. We came to this country for one reason, that we can express ourselves, that we are equal citizens. He said, today we are told, no, you are second-class citizens. You can be assaulted and that's okay. The Crown has already filed a notice of appeal which calls the sentence demonstrably unfit. So, pleaded guilty to assault. Henschel, 58, was an employee of Swiss munitions firm, Who Cares? And so it was the conference, course previously heard. Henschel walked towards Ottawa's center, interacted with several protesters, of whom yelled that he was racist. I'm a fucking racist, and I'm proud of it, Henschel replied. We don't know if this was a hate crime. according to an agreed statement of facts the judge read in court Wednesday. As he continued, and just the Combating Hate Act was just passed in Canada and is active. And it would target people like the woman who was assaulted in this, if she was like maybe protesting outside a synagogue that was holding an auction of stolen land inside. But a man can go up to this woman and punch her in the face. It's not a hate crime. Gets discharged even after pleading guilty. As he continued walking, Henschel encountered a 21-year-old woman in a hijab who told him he was actively supporting genocide by attending the conference. Henschel swung his arm, intentionally backhanding the protester in the face with a closed fist. As the woman dropped to the ground, Henschel continued walking towards the conference center, pushing another protester before police stepped in and arrested him. He pleaded guilty to assault in court last year. Assistant Crown Attorney Moise Kamjuri argued Henschel should spend time in jail for the assault. Henschel's lawyer, James Ford, called for a discharge. This part. If you're not reading it on the screen right now, don't be swallowing any beverage when I read this out, because you're going to spit it out. The defense relied on the evidence of a psychiatrist who said low blood sugar had caused Henschel to become irritable, while his prior military experience had left him with PTSD, specifically a fear of crowds. He was hangry, is the excuse. So he had PTSD related to crowds, but he chose to walk through a crowd. But his low blood sugar, that made him irritable, did it? He just needed like a chocolate bar and he would have been fine. Is that, you're blaming it on that? It's kind of like when people would blame being racist on Ambient, how they would send out a tweet that was horrifically racist and then say, I was on Ambient. No. Low blood sugar doesn't cause you to punch people in the face. That's not a side effect of low blood sugar. Just like tweeting out racist rants. That's not the word I wanted, but it's close enough. Screeds. I was going for screed for some reason. Tweeting out racist screeds is not a side effect of Ambient. Punching people in the face is not a side effect of low blood sugar. So outside the court, Ford said his client is remorseful and relieved after the judge's decision. What happened in this case is a human experience when people come together and it doesn't end well as it should, said the defense lawyer. Everybody has something to learn from that. The woman who was struck said in a victim impact statement that she has been subject to a targeted attack meant to hurt her and silence me. In delivering his sentence, Justice Boxell said he totally rejects that Henschel actions were racially motivated. So saying I'm fucking racist, that's not enough to claim it was racially motivated. That was agreed upon statement. This was an emotional situation. Mr. Henschel failed to control his emotions. Yeah, men and their inability to control emotions. And that's the excuse. But that does not make it motivated by hate. He just needed a hug, said the judge. He didn't say the hug part, but, said the judge who described the attack as situational and a one-time event, I don't think he's going to repeat hitting a woman in the face. So, bygones, bygones. Boxell also underlined that the woman who was hurt had a legal right to protest. She's entitled to protest, he said. Mr. Henschel is not entitled to respond violently. Really? Really? Because it sure does sound like it. Anyway, yeah, so that was the second because he failed to appear in the first. Wow. 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 I wanted to end this docket on a little bit of a lighter note. It's not going to sound lighter to begin with, but we're going to mock the fuck out of it. You ready to do some mocking? We're going to do some mocking. Also from CBC. Jewish advocacy organization North Bay mayor condemned Bigot Fest planned near the city. Racism, hate, or discrimination has no place in North Bay, says Mayor Peter Chikiro. But if they have low blood sugar. So this was an actual thing. I had to Google it because I didn't trust the source I initially saw it from. A Zionist Jewish group was the first to report on this. But I did my due diligence, and yeah, it turned out, because at first I was thinking, oh, they're accusing like a Palestinian festival of being a bigoted, nicknaming it a bigot fest because it's a Palestinian event or something. And I looked into it, it's like, no, actually it's a bigot fest. And that's what they chose to call it. The mayor of North Bay and a Jewish advocacy organization are condemning a weekend gathering that appears to be taking place somewhere in the area that organizers themselves have been calling Bigot Fest, saying the hate and discrimination have no place in the community. Okay, so it was a 3-day scheduled event, has been promoted on social media by prominent members and associates of Second Sons Canada. A group describes itself as a Canadian men's nationals club founded in 2024. On its website, Second Son says it's committed to defending what it claims is a threatening way of life through political activism, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, let's get to the mocking. I want to get to the mocking. Let's get to the mocking. Here's their fucking poster. Now, I have it super duper big on here because I always make it big for you guys like this. But you see, it's not working so great here, so I'm going to do this instead. Go there, and then I'll come back over here, and then I will do this. So I put it in a program so that we can get a better view of it. There we go. And so then I'm going to go, where is it? I need to switch. There we go. This is their poster. That was absolutely not made with AI. Can't. Food fights and family fun for all at Bigot Fest. What is that? What is that? What is this thing right here? Yeah, Bigot Fest, you say? That is one fucked up looking pig roast. Oh, I moved it. Here we go. Weekend pass is $40. Saturday is only $20. Now let's zoom back in to the Road show. And those are some of the faces you'll see there. Some of those absolutely identifiable faces. And believe it or not, that's supposed to say Diagon. And so is that's supposed to, they look friendly. That's not a face I'd like to bump into in public. And I think he's wearing pantyhose over his face. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And this guy grabbed his bar there, and he has one boxing glove on with this bar, and that, yeah, that's a sport. So, massive pig roast, fights, lots of food. Well, you already mentioned there's a massive pig roast. Puggle sticks, fun gladiator style, knife throwing, kids' games and activities. Do you really want to put that right next to the knife throwing? I'm just saying. Trade show vendors from the community, including Diagolon, local businesses, and others. Location, TBA times TBA family-friendly event. We're not going to tell you when and where. It's just that it's happening. In our secret location. That is not made from AI. I can't say I've been to many pig roasts in my life, but I'm pretty sure you don't right through the skull. I don't think you make it look like a pig roast unicorn armadillo. I don't. And, you know, these are literally a bunch of fucking snowflakes that are melting. You do not use AI unless you really want to communicate to people you're a fucking moron. Because even here, you have this thingy, this shield. Yeah. Some people are part of... And I'm sure there's spelling mistakes in that, but, you know, my spelling is shit, so... Yeah. Back to Ninja. Put that back over there. There we go. So I thought it would just be fun to mock them. While the exact location has not been confirmed, associate members of Second Sons have said the event is set to take place somewhere in North Bay. I guess that does narrow it down. It's not like North Bay is huge. North Bay Mayor said the city was aware of information circulating online about the possible event, but has not confirmed whether it's actually taking place or where it may be held. Yeah. Anyway, I'll put this in the sandbox if you care to read the rest of this article. Anyway. All Thy Sons. Sudbury, May 2026. Yeah. Rachel Gilmore, wonderful independent journalist, has been doing a lot when it comes to covering right-wing, white nationalist, right-wing groups in Canada. So if you would like to learn... Oh, darn it, I closed a tab I didn't want to close. History. Recently closed tabs. There we go. I want to sign that petition that I put in the thingy earlier. There we go. It's open. As I close these tabs, my computer doesn't get mad at me for having a bazillion tabs open. There we go. Yeah, Rachel Gilmore does a wonderful job. She's an independent journalist covering these white nationalists. She's been threatened by them. They've stalked her, gone to events and stuff that she's been at. So, yeah. Anyway, go and check the SandBox before we get back into some more news, because fuck it. I've been at this for almost 2 hours and I just did one docket. God damn it. I need to go through these faster. Let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. So I saw those. Mark Joycey, TYT and Secular Talk did a really good job covering the second term of the Obama and 2016 Democratic Party. 2016 is when I started watching TYT because of the election of Trump. But TYT had fallen off. Marina No Justice interviewed Cenk on Novara weeks ago. She was great with him, so professional. I watched it. I didn't even end up clipping from it for my TYT essay. I also watched the one that Anna was on because she interviewed Anna as well. I do have some issues with that. Nothing that she did, but again, you can't take at face value what they talked about the birthing person tweet because of course they did. And Anna said, I was labeled a TERF simply because of this tweet. And that was accepted. And it looked like she accepted that as, and was on Anna's side with it. Anna was not labeled a TERF because of one fucking tweet. That was not how that unfolded. So, yeah, I have a... Anna deserves no pity in that situation. Anyway. But yeah, oh, No Justice interviewed. Okay, I didn't see that one. I'm thinking of the one who does the tea. I'll have to see that one. No Justice interviewed Janko Novarella. I'll have to see that one. I did not see that one. I saw, yeah, the tea. Jank was on the tea and Anna was on the tea. Now I'm super curious what happened with No Justice. Okay, let's see. The Wild West dye your hair purple, Taoism? Yeah, probably. And then they have those cameras to track people's hair color. Let's see. Philip Blair, these are violations of the U.S. Constitution's Bill of Rights. You see, the thing with that is it means nothing unless you have the people willing to defend it, like willing to defend the Constitution, to uphold it. Because the only power it has is the people's belief in it. And once that belief is shaken, it means nothing. There is nothing, it's not a law of gravity. It's not a binding arbitration type thing. It's, if the people in power choose to disregard it, then it means nothing. Marina, they have been arresting old people and disabled people. It's gross. Yeah, I've covered a lot of the arrests and in London and stuff from the people just saying, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action. Yeah. Philip Blair, Canada's left-wing terrorism? Nope. An Entropy fan? Sorry for the caps reverse. I was wondering, it's like, that looks really weird. And welcome to the SandBox. I'm not sure I've seen you before. Just saying David Pacman is the biggest rat under the wiring of the net. Always has been. He's both greedy and a coward. I don't know enough about him to know everything, but you know, there was the whole, oh, what was it? The people paying leftists. That was a whole thing. Oh, damn it. What was it? Chorus. That's it. Chorus. He was part of that. And he stayed pretty quiet when it comes to the genocide. That's for damn sure. Which I'm sure was not related at all. Mm-mm. Hello, John Glad. Welcome to the SandBox. Boomster Bulk. Did you say CBC or CDC? I said CDC at one point, and I said CBC at one point. Because there's the Center of Disease Control, but then there's the corporations before Canadians news outlet. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, CBC. Let's see. Let's see. Atticus Among Us, welcome to the SandBox. Do you think TYT will eventually collapse or continue to be a chameleon? They're not doing bad right now. They're gaining a bit of an audience. You know, being against the genocide is helping them. Being against the Iraq war is helping them. But they're appealing to liberals. They're giving them the home of liberals with right-wing tendencies. Because while they might call out the genocide and stuff, they'll never say anything about, you know, the US's. They frame the US as being a puppet, that they're forced into these situations. Like they have no autonomy in going into Iran or their participation with the genocide and stuff. They have no vision of the future other than reporting on it and yelling. So, you know, they're doing well right now. There's a market for it. I just don't think that they should be referring to themselves as leftists at all. Not that Anna does, but And I don't know, like, I'll be releasing my TYT essays at some point, and if anybody watches that and then you still want to watch TYT, then there's something. Let's just say there's going to be so much evidence presented in my TYT essays that you cannot rely on them anymore for a source of information because you don't know if what they're feeding you is bullshit or not. And I fell down a rabbit hole the past few days, so I have a segment that's ready to go. A sneak peek, if you would say, if I get $1 bazillion in super chat so I can pay off this table that I had to buy, so that I wasn't constantly living in fear of my studio collapsing and breaking more equipment. It was not a cheap table, but it's a sturdy table that will last me a long time. I would feel comfortable under this table during an earthquake. So I'm not worried about this table anymore. And that's really helped my stress a lot while working. Because I'm not like delicately typing on my keyboard, worried that everything would collapse. But yeah, I fell down a rabbit hole, and there's a claim that Jank uses over and over and over again about trans women that I decided, you know what? I'm going to seek out the source. And I did the journalism thing. Yeah, you cannot take at face value anything Jank or Anna says. And Entropy Fan, Primordial Pig right there, not AI at all. No, it was an armadillo pig unicorn. Hello, Rustiator. Welcome to the SandBox. That is a crab. Yes, it does look like it was a pig crustacean. The Wild West AI slap is exactly how white supremacists look at real life, so it works. Yeah, I suppose so. Very distorted. Where was I? Hello, Moomy. Welcome to the SandBox. I saw the fan art, Rusty. Thank you. I was going to mention something about it. It was a neat effect that you did in the background. That kind of like a white wash that you put over the background. It was cute. Thank you. So Life, damn it, Sociable, paywalled, the custom dates. I want to see TYT as more viewers than they did 3 years ago. I heard it's a new audience. They've gained members. Yeah, they're getting a new audience. So they built their network on the support and generosity of the progressive left. And now they're supporting the people that literally want to see us dead. I have no guilt about putting up my essays when I'm finally done them. But yeah, it's a new audience, and it is growing right now. Because they're very good at tapping into people's emotions. Marina saying that was Miriam Francois. I watched that too and was disappointed with Miriam. Yeah, the tea with Anna and Jenk was on with her. And, you know, I don't think she does bad all the time, but it was really when she interviewed Anna, it felt like she took Anna's side when it came to that tweet. And that was really disappointing. But now that you mentioned, like, I'm a fan of No Justice. I watch her channel from time to time, and they raid me regularly, which is super nice of them. I love to do a collaboration sometime, because I do cover some UK news, because, you know, Canada, it's, you know, the UK is a shitstorm right now, and the United States is a hellscape, and Canada's snug in between those two. So it's important to stay, you know, aware of what's happening in those two areas, because it's going to come here. Also, it's nice when I'm talking to pond jumpers, because you know what an MP is, and if I say, wow, it's fucking hot out here, it's like 35 degrees, you know what I'm talking about. I need to do something about the sound effect. Because you guys can hear when I do that. Bloop. Thank you so much, Kit Booze. I'm sorry, I'm totally not saying your name right. For the $5 super chat and the dancing lime. I really appreciate it. Every little bit helps. And I'm in need of it right now, that's for damn sure. This table was not cheap, but my God, was it so needed. Right, I need to start setting up the next docket at least. At least the next docket, all the tabs fit on the screen, so I don't have to scroll, so it's not like they're super long. And I'll try to scooch through them. Oh, that was your 20th super chat online. Nice. And Andrew B. Fan says, neither the well-meaning liberals nor bad leftists who made the TYT like Tucker Carlson, but the techno-feudalist gaming website funders do. So Life, break the TYT essay into parts and make sure something anti-TYT is in the titles. Algorithms will do the rest. Oh, I'm already breaking them into parts, and the parts will literally fucking be like 2 to 3 hours long. You have no idea how I'm OCD, ADHD, and autistic, and I'm very, very detailed orientated, especially when it comes to my creative endeavors. And making a video essay does involve some creativity. For those of you who might be a little bit newish to my stream, please like and subscribe. But also to give you an idea, that's a drawing I did. Like, I'm very, very, very detail focused. And so I can't help it. These video essays are fucking detailed. And I can't let something slide. If I come across something that is like something seasons off, I have to dig into it. And that, again, that's part of the reason why I can't tell you when these are going to be done, because all I can say is that I'm not adding new ideas to it. So I already have like it laid out as to what I want to put into it. But if something like a new idea or concept that I haven't added into it comes up, I'm not adding that into it. I've put the limit on that. But with the concepts and ideas I already have, they get expanded. And the segment that I was working on over the past few days is a prime example of that. I lost complete track of time. I was sitting here working at it. There was other things that I needed to get done, like eat, and other projects I was working on that totally got sidelined as I was so hyper focused on this. But wow. I should get a Pulitzer surprise. Surprise? That's not right. I said both those words wrong. But damn it, I want a Pulitzer surprise now. That's what you get when the live streamer is so fucking neurodivergent and under a lot of stress. But I want a Pulitzer surprise. Anyway, why don't we actually like get back into the news so we can scooch through it, so that, again, if I get bazillion dollars in super chats and this is a big and, I have enough energy at the end, I can show you the sneak peek of what I was working on. So let's get back to the news. That's why you're all here. You're here for the news. You're not here for me, my ramblings. Oh, it's even on the right screen. Cool. So we're moving on to federal stories. Reminder, Mark Carney is a piece of shit. So one of the projects that I've started recently that is very time consuming is since he was elected leader of the Liberal Party, I'm going back to all those live streams and I'm looking through them for all the articles that I reported on. So that when the next election comes up and stuff, and I want to put together video essays of like all the scandals, the corruption, the lies, the backstabbing, the betrayals, and all that sort of stuff, how he's wrecking the environment, how he's turning his back on Indigenous peoples, all of that. I'll have all the information there. And that Ontario's last election happened after that. So I'm doing the same thing for Doug Ford, because when the last election happened, I did put together a couple videos of like, here's a reminder of some of the scandals and bullshit that we went through with Doug Ford. But it was a pain trying to remember everything that he did. And so this way I'm cataloging all of the articles about them. So Mark Carney and Doug Ford. But it's a lot. It's a big project that I'm doing, but I'm cataloging them properly so that when the time comes, I can put together proper video essays of information that people will just have memory hold. So it's super important that I do this, because there's all those sites out there like promises they fell through on. It's not comprehensive enough. So me and my fucking detail-orientated mind, that's what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing. And this is going on the list. This article here will be cataloged. So, Carney's pick for advisor Scott Gilmore not sitting well with First Nation advocates. For those, again, I'm seeing a couple new names in the SandBox. So, APTN News is an Indigenous owned and run news outlet in Canada. So it's a super important site to go to get a very important perspective on things. They cover stories that mainstream media generally doesn't cover. And they usually have angles to stories that, again, mainstream news doesn't care about. But it's important because a lot of people within the First Nations are saying this is the first time in a long time they've actually felt their rights being regressed on. So it's been a very slow, slog forward when it comes to any accountability, any reconciliation, any rights, all of that. It's been very, very long, slow progress, but it has been progress. But now under the Carney government, we're going backwards. So First Nation commentators are weighing in on Prime Minister Carney's newest senior advisor, Scott Gilmore. Earlier this month, a number of media sources reported Gilmore would soon be moved into the vacant position of Carney's political principal advisor. Gilmore is known as a Conservative Party member. Mark Carney is a right-wing conservative. Not even just conservative. He's a fucking right-wing conservative. He said all the right things at a time when this country was particularly feeling vulnerable because of, Donald Trump saying how much he wanted to invade and all that sort of bullshit. And Mark Carney just swooped in, took over the Liberal Party, but he's a fucking right-wing conservative. He is implementing a conservative wet dream. We would be better off if Pierre had won a minority government. I'm not joking. I never thought that day would come where I would say something like that. I'm not fucking joking. We would be better off if Pierre Poilievre had won a minority government. And it's getting borderline. I think we'd be better off if he won a majority too, because Mark Carney is doing everything Pierre wanted and then some. And Mark Carney has charmed the world. Pierre Poilievre never would be able to do that. Anyway, so Gilmore is known as a Conservative Party member, but he's also known as in Indigenous circles for inflammatory comments he made in January 2016 Maclean's article. It was written shortly after a tragic incident in the Métis community of Lelouch in northwestern Saskatchewan. A 17-year-old shooter killed 4 people, his 2 cousins at home, and a teacher and a teacher's aide at the Dene building of Lelouch Community School, and injured 7 others. Gilmore's article is called Lelouch Shows Us It's Time to Help People Escape the North. The only way we can really, the only way we can ever truly help the people of Lelouch and hundreds of other remote communities like it is to give those who want it a viable option to leave, to build lives in southern Canada, integrated into one of world's healthiest, safest, and most rewarding societies, Gilmore stated in the piece. If we really want to end the violence and deprivation that plagues Canada's remote Aboriginal communities, we need to help them leave these communities forever, said Gilmore. And if we are still not ready to do that yet, then at least we can do is to send them a backhoe as they keep digging graves. Holy fuck, I didn't read that part. Wow. I skimmed through this. I skipped over that. Holy shit. And that's who Mark Carney's in league with. Wow. So the part that I didn't skim over was problematic. The idea that, no, we're not going to make sure that First Nation communities have the infrastructure, clean water, supports, all of that sort of stuff that they need so that they can thrive on their land. No. We're going to force them out of their areas because, again, they're lacking in all those all those needs, so that they're forced to assimilate, is what he's saying. He wants them to assimilate. People that APTN News talked to on Friday were both surprised by the comments made in the article and the fact that the person who wrote them is about to take on a senior advisory role in the Prime Minister's office. Gerald Butts was the previous principal security under Trudeau, said Robert Jago, a well-known First Nations writer and government expert. And he was very pro-First Nations. He reached out. He talked to a lot of different Native people. I remember during a crisis at X, Y, or Z speaking to him, like him reaching out and asking questions. And that led to policies that were generally positive and led a lot of growth and development. This guy is a risk, Jago said of Gilmore. Winnipeg NDP MP Leah Gazan said Carney has a lot to answer for in his latest choice of principal secretary, stating that we need to get rid of all the Indigenous people in northern remote communities and bringing them into South is as a way forth, particularly because he has now appointed one of the most senior roles as his new principal secretary. Cindy Blackstock, an executive director of the First Nation Child and Family Caring Society. She says Gilmore's comments show lack of understanding of Canadian history and reconciliation in general. I'm really surprised because, first of all, he gets the problem wrong, in my view. He changes a human rights violation into a mobility issue. His framing would mean if children are difficult to serve, then move the children. And frankly, that's what got us into a lot of this mess in the first place, is removing First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children from their homes. APTN News reached out to the Prime Minister's office in an interview with Gilmore or someone from the office. Instead, Carney's office issued a statement. The work of advancing reconciliation is fundamental to this government and to the Prime Minister personally. This work is underpinned by historic investments in Indigenous housing, education, health, and infrastructure, as well as clean water legislation. Just ignore the part where we left out that it's no longer a human right for them, which commits to more than $4 billion to end long-term drinking water advisories. We know there's more to do, and that work continues with urgency. Yep. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to make sure that I put it into my catalog of links. There we go. Because I'm going to end up closing a lot of these and totally forgetting to catalog them first. Oh, well, let's get on to some more conservative tendencies of the absolutely right-wing conservative prime minister we have right now. This is from CBC. Canada urges UK to join new global bank for defense projects. I'm not going to go through the whole article. Again, I've already babbled on way longer than I intended. So I'll share the link with you all in the SandBox. But basically, this is giving off the vibe of, we know this is a really bad idea, and we want you to come with us because safety in numbers. It's kind of like you see a haunted house, and you know that if you go in there, there's going to be some sort of murder, slasher, killer type thing in there. But you still think there's a bucket of gold at the bottom. So you want it. And so instead of just going in yourself and getting it, you tell all your buddies, you know what? You come in and be fodder with me so that we can go and get this bucket of gold that I suspect is at the bottom, but there's no proof of. So I want you all in this with me. That's the vibe I get from this. So just a teeny bit from this. Canada's High Commissioner to the UK, Bill Blair, says the government is engaged in talks to urge the UK to join its multinational defence bank now that Andy Burnham is the country's new prime minister. The Defence Security and Resilience Bank, also known as the DSRB, is a Canadian-led financial institution expected to be in operation by 2027 to give low-cost loans to countries to help them rearm against Russia and growing international threats. Would Palestinians qualify for some of these low-cost loans? So far, 8 other countries have pledged their support, but no other G7 nations, which could limit how much the bank can lend. The discussion between the government of Canada and the government of the United Kingdom has been ongoing, Blair told the CBC News. We think the United Kingdom's participation in DSRB will benefit all of its members. Prime Minister Mark Carney advocated for the Defence Bank on a call with then Prime Minister Keir Starmer in February, but the UK had its own plan and the two leaders agreed to align efforts. And so, yeah, I'll just toss this into the SandBox. But in this video, part of the article, it's, you know, Mark Carney saying, yeah, Trump won, so it's done. It's a done deal, you know. He's not just winning, he's won. So what can we do? He lost his elbows. The whole elbows up thing, his elbows went too close to the sun. And that will go under this category. Oh, no, this category. There we go. Okay, what is next? Well, the people who voted in Mark Carney thinking that he'd be standing strong against Donald Trump. You know, that's the main reason why he got elected as leader is everyone thought, oh, he can stand up to Donald Trump. He's Canada's daddy, really. He came across as very attractive, as in the protective dad figure that people felt like they needed at the time of Donald Trump. And how has that worked out for us exactly? Well, Trump is threatening new 50% tariffs on Canadian exports right now. U.S. actions target Canadian hockey equipment and down jackets, but not oil, potash, or auto parts. David Dole had an interesting take on this. You can go to his channel, The Rational National, to check it out. But he suspects that it's simply because during FIFA, after the champions won or something, and they were going shaking hands with all the leaders, a really attractive soccer player shook the hand and kind of gave Mark Carney a hug, but totally snubbed Donald Trump. And so David Dole thinks that, yes, Donald Trump is that petty that he would then be like, well, fine, I'm going to put a 50% tariff on you then. It's an interesting... I don't think it was just that, but it could have been an exacerbating element. It may appear that U.S. President Donald Trump's move to hit many Canadian products with new tariffs of 50% came out of the blue, but there are clear signs of what's driving the tactic. Monday's announcement comes as the U.S. pushes for significant changes to the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement, CUSMA, changes that would lock any Canadian trade concessions into the text of the trade deal. Normally, I don't bother reporting on tariffs, not because they're not important, but because it switches so fucking often. I have been looking at like, okay, I got this news article on Saturday and I start reporting it, and literally during my report on the Sunday, a news announcement comes out that something completely opposite to has happened, like it got reversed or this or that. So there's almost no point in reporting on this because it's going to change. It's just as bad as the fucking weather. So the Trump administration wants to wipe out as much of Canada's leverage in those CUSMA talks as possible. Some of that leverage comes from 8 Canadian provinces banning the import of distribution of U.S. alcohol products. One of the trade irritants, the White House said, triggered the new 50% tariff. Was it this article that? No. So I have more on this. So I'm not going to read through this whole article because there's still some more to go over with this. So I'll toss this into the SandBox and then I'll toss this into my catalog. I think this goes under bending knee to US. There we go. So here we have Luke Savage quote tweeted out this clip saying the do whatever it takes to build strength at home, here referring to billions earmarked for oil companies, armed dealers, and the erosion of environmental protections and continued dismantling of public sectors. So, this clip is from CPAC. In all circumstances, irrespective of, I don't need to read that because it'll be in the quote. So PM Carney on intensifying Kuzma trade talks with Trump administration in light of most recent U.S. tariff threat. And I will speed this up a little bit.
As everyone knows, on Monday, the U.S. administration announced its intention to impose the latest in a series of unilateral and unwarranted trade actions. Let's be clear about how Canada is responding. Yes, we are intensifying our negotiations with the United States in pursuit of a comprehensive agreement that addresses all tariff-related sectors. In all circumstances, irrespective of the outcome of those negotiations, Canada will do whatever it takes to build our strength at home and to support Canadian families and workers.
If that means destroying the environment, so be it. If that means totally disregarding any Indigenous sovereignty, so be it. If that means that we cut public service jobs in the public sector by, 80%, so be it. That's how much I love Canada.
Our farmers, our businesses. We're ready. We're ready because we have been focusing on what we can control. And that's building our strength at home, buying Canadian, backing Canadian workers, building Canadians. That's the resolve of Canadians. That's the foundation on which we're building. We're a reliable partner in a world that's anything but.
He really likes that idea of saying we're reliable in the world than anything but. No, he's not. He's not. He has done a complete 180 from the policies he ran on.
So we're diversifying our partnerships abroad. The first ministers at this table have been central to that effort. Provincial premiers have led more than 50 trade missions since we last met in person in January, and over 130 since I became Prime Minister. Our government, the federal government, has signed more than 20 new economic and security partnerships because Canada has what the world wants, and Canada believes in the benefits of free and fair trade. We're also ready because of what we know in our bones, that our unity is our greatest strength and our destiny is in our hands.
So our unity is our greatest strength. Just keep that in mind because, Doug Ford, but our unity is our strength. Keep that in mind as we go forward. It's not going to come up until a little bit, so remind me that I emphasize that point. Okay? You got to remind me. You got homework. I'll put all these in the catalog later. Make sure I don't close these. So here was Mark Carney's statement to the United States administration, intention to impose new tariffs on Canadian goods. Today, the United States administration in intention to impose a new 50% tariff on a significant number of Canadian goods. This is the latest in a series of unilateral U.S. trade actions that began with the U.S. imposing a series of tariffs in direct violation of Canada, United States, Mexico Agreement, CUSMA, and Free Trade Agreement between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. These include tariffs on the Canadian auto sector in violation of CUSMA. Canada, as is its right, has merely matched those measures. More broadly, in response to the measures and threats to Canadian sovereignty, provinces, territories, and Canadians from coast to coast to coast have stood together, taking the necessary actions to support our economy, defend our workers, farmers, businesses, and families. Recognizing that the U.S. has... Okay, enough of my trying to do a Carney impersonation. I can't do a voice. I'm trying to do the inflections. Let me know if you think I even somewhat pulled that off. But you can finish reading it on the screen if you freeze it right now, if you really want to see what the rest of that says. But here we have Donald Trump's reaction to it. Canada disinvited the United States of America to the opening of the Gordie Howe Bridge, which is fine considering they are paying substantial tariffs to the United States, but the original deal on the bridge, which was terribly negotiated by previous administrations, no longer stands. We changed the terms of the deal so that the United States of America now gets 50% of profit. See, that's exactly where he got 50% tariff idea from, is the fact that he gets 50% of the profits of this fucking bridge. It's just, it was an association. That's all. It was already in his head. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I was not trying to impersonate Trump on that. Just saying. And a little bit more on this. These three charts show where Trump's new tariffs could have the biggest impact. The electronics sector, BC could feel the bite of potential new duties. I'm not going to be going through this whole article, so I'm tossing it into SandBox. Just wanted to scooch down. So major threatened sectors. We have like electronics, electrical equipment, plastics, furniture, bedding, and lighting, industrial machinery, paper, and paperboard items. But here we have proportions of exports to the U.S. under tariff threat based on 2025 trade values. Let's see, can I make this? Oops. Nope. Am I on the right screen? I'm not on the right screen. That was the problem. Let's do that. And come back here. I'll do this. Interesting. So we have Alberta and Saskatchewan. And then Quebec and BC are under the largest attack. Now, here's what's interesting about this. Of course, Alberta is not hit up that hardest because, you know, Americans like Alberta because Alberta has that whole separatist movement, which is actually very much entwined with right-wing American movements. Looking at the effects across Canada, BC would be disproportionately affected by the import duties. Items under tariff threat, most notably wood and paper, represent more than 13% of the province's total exports to the United States, which is higher than any other province. Quebec also stands to take a major hit, with about 10% of its exports now potentially exposed to Trump's duties. These latest threats are on top of already crushing 50% steel tariff, aluminum, and so on. So, yeah. Of course. Alberta, not under that much of an attack. So here we get to Doug Ford. Now, this is not part of the provincial docket, even though it's Doug Ford, because Doug Ford loves to stick his nose into this area, even though when it comes to foreign trade, that is a federal responsibility, not a provincial responsibility. Yes, the provinces themselves have to deal with trade and the outcomes, but this is about policy. And when it comes to policy, that is federal. But Doug Ford, every time, he loves putting himself in the spotlight to talk about this, trying to come across as some sort of savior to the Canadian people, wanting to unite the AmCan thingy, whatever. So he says, I'll never stop fighting to protect Ontario. If these tariffs proceed, Canada should respond tariff for tariff, dollar for dollar. And a little bit more, because again, Doug Ford loves the spotlight on this.
I'm sorry, you go ahead.
This latest list,
yes.
What is the economic impact, the hit to Ontario, should this come into effect in 29 days? Have you quantified that? Can you articulate the impact?
What I understand, it's $28 billion across the country. Majority is going to be here in Ontario.
I thought it was BC and Quebec that the majority was going to hit.
That's why we can't roll over. We have to hit back. We have to, rather than be on our back heel, as I said, we have to go forward, take the offense. We are an energy powerhouse, and we could dismantle the U.S. if we wanted to, if we all work together. No matter if it's the electricity, and I'm not speaking for the other provinces, I'm going to be very clear. The potash, the oil, we're their #1 customer in the world. They need to feel the pain.
Wait a sec. Didn't that thing in Bob Jiggerig, the other article that I had on that, saying that oil and potash would not be affected by these tariffs?
Rather than us constantly feeling the pain.
Yeah, well, a little bit more from this douche canoe. Colin DeMello was quote tweeting this out. Again, I don't need to read the quotes because he says it.
Because the U.S. has told us what they're worried about. It's energy, it's potash, it's critical minerals, right? And, you know, if the Western premiers and others can't get on board with that, how do you leverage it?
Well, that's the problem. We need a Team Canada approach led by the Prime Minister. And if he doesn't want to...
Again, this isn't your fucking lane, Doug Ford. Get out.
Lead it with the other premiers, then I can't do it alone. I feel some days that I'm standing alone protecting Canada, and I need everyone else to get on side.
Wait a second. So he's forcing himself into the situation. And now he's claiming that he's standing alone. Now, there was that thing I asked people to remind me of from a few minutes ago. Finish the clip.
So...
you said that yesterday, too. What do you mean by that? What is it?
Well, yeah, I think everyone should be out there being a little more vocal. Right? Trump looks at any weakness whatsoever. And if he looks at premiers agreeing or disagreeing, he looks at the Prime Minister not being as tough as he thought he might be, and I'm not saying he is or he isn't. I just want to see a plan from him. And we look forward to hearing from him tonight and tomorrow.
Because the U.S. is...
So yeah, Mark Carney was all about we need to be united, but then here's Doug Ford saying, I'm alone in this. I'm so alone. I have the burden of fixing the country all on myself. All on myself. No, he's forcing himself in the situation and saying nobody's helping him. But him just saying that is dividing and making it look like there's no unified front. Because then you have people like Wab Kinew, you know, Premier of Manitoba. And what does he say?
Are the national unity questions around this table a bit more fraught?
Well, there's that old saying, right? Like a single arrow can be broken easily, but a bundle of arrows cannot be snapped. And so national unity is important, especially when we're going up against a much larger opponent like the American economy.
So he's talking about, no, we are united, but Doug Ford is there whining like a little bitch, saying, I'm doing this alone. Nobody asked you, Dougie. Nobody asked you. And more from Wab Kinew on this.
But this is what we have to do as Canadians today. We have to be able to make the investments to advance healthcare, take care of our seniors, take care of our kids, at the same time that we're standing up for our economy, that we're standing up for national unity. And so what I saw was a united Team Canada, and I'm very, very proud. This is a country that can do great things. We've, you know, defeated the Nazis. We've done tremendous tech innovation over the years, and we're the first nation of hockey globally. And so being able to handle healthcare at the same time that we grow the Canadian economy is definitely something that we're going to be able to do too.
I like that he talked about healthcare because we need more from that because, you know, the Prime Minister and the Premier of Ontario and Alberta in particular want to privatize it. So it's nice to hear that. Yeah, sure, we defeated the Nazis only to let them into the back door. But again, here he is talking about unity. While Doug Ford is just whining like a little bitch. Now, I do like some of the stuff that Wab Kinew is saying, but people who've tuned into previous live streams know I do have some major issues with him. But it's nice to just have somebody saying, you know, reminding us of the Canadian values. Because they're being forgotten under Mark Carney. Mark Carney is Americanizing Canada. No offense, Americans, but I don't want what you're selling. And so it's nice to just actually hear somebody pushing back on that and being like, let's get back to the idea of Canada. Now, again, Canada was never great. It was never good. It was all maple washed and stuff of that sort. But the idea of Canada, it's the same as the American dream. The American dream is good. It's not what it is in reality. The idea of Canada is good, but it's not what it is in reality. I want to work towards the good. So again, a little bit more from him. There's no greater nation-building project than investing in our people. The most important job of the government at every level is taking care of people and starts with healthcare. As we approach the end of the federal funding agreements in 2027, my message to the federal government is clear. Universal public healthcare is part of what makes Canada, Canada. Let's invest in Canadian healthcare to make our country stronger. Yes, Mark Carney is doing anything but this. He's investing in oil and resource extraction. Well, there's fucking wildfires all over the place. You know, the environment's in turmoil. He didn't say anything to Alberta Smith, Danielle Smith, Premier of Alberta, about her privatizing healthcare or about, you know, her attack on trans people. He just talked to her about, like, let's get some of that oil out. Let's make some pipelines. Mark Carney's a fucking right-wing conservative.
As we think about what is happening between our country and the threat of the Trump tariffs, to me, there can be no bigger nation-building project than building up this nation's people. And that has to include healthcare, universal public access to healthcare. And if we want to get misty-eyed and emotional about this country that we love so much, let's think about the seniors who built this country. It's their turn to be able to access healthcare, and we have to make sure that it's there for them. As we think about...
And this was another clip about the same thing, so I'm not going to have to... I'm not going to play this one. I'll just toss it in the SandBox if you want to listen to it. Or you can read the quote. But it's nice just to hear any provincial leader actually talk about this sort of thing, because we're not hearing it anymore. I never thought there would become a day where I'm like, you know what? Manitoba's looking really good to move to. My God, nobody wants to move to Manitoba. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sure there's like 2 people who do. But yeah, we need more of this energy, and we could have it. We could very much have this energy in the form of Avi Lewis. So he's also talking about some important things that, yeah, he's calling out the Prime Minister because Mark Carney has made a minister for AI. No regulations on AI or anything of that sort, just totally investing in data centers and all that sort of stuff. Again, things that will destroy the environment. Avi Lewis, leader of the federal NDP, is like, let's maybe not. He's against AI. I like that. So he says major and concerning development from the chaos of the AI arms race. So I covered this again in this space on Wednesday. You can go back and check my hour to see this. But he just kind of sums it up here. Last week, a company called Huggy Face, which hosts AI models and data sets, said it had been subject to a cyber attack. This was a completely new kind of attack. For the first time, an AI agent had executed an autonomous attack on another system. Yesterday, OpenAI admitted that some of its models had escaped their sandbox and were responsible for the intrusion. Are you guys in the sandbox? Are you all going to infiltrate different systems and stuff? This is a first, at least we hope it is. And even OpenAI is calling it an unprecedented cyber incident. These companies and the tech oligarchs leading them are completely out of control. The Carney government is committing a grave error by embracing corporate generative AI with no controls, regulation, or red lines whatsoever. We need data center moratorium and transparent national debate on the threats AI poses immediately. This is terrifying stuff that needs to be sunlight and government regulation with maximum urgency. Okay, here he is talking about it. Good, so I don't have to.
The data center movement is a global one. North America is ground zero for the rollout of data centers. We see that in community after community in the US where the data centers are being built, people are suffering. Electricity rates are skyrocketing, air and water is being poisoned. There's a huge amount of environmental racism in where they're placed and who is chosen to receive the impacts, and they're water hogs and they're energy hogs. And there are so many points of connection where people are resisting. That resistance is just beginning in Canada, but it's a post-partisan issue. I mean, we've had developments where the data center in Olds, Alberta, in rural Alberta, is being slowed down by a group of local folks who have actually built enough political power on the ground that the Alberta regulator is actually having to respond to the citizen pressure. We need to slow it down. And there are many different ways that we can do it. We're living in an era of impunity where the most powerful men on the planet are doing whatever they want and showing us that they do it because they can. And some of this stuff is involving AI in slaughtering civilians, as we've seen in Gaza and we've seen in Iran, and we're going to see increasingly elsewhere. There are certain things that machines cannot decide. And we will have a massive supermajority of humans on the planet who agree that we need a humans first policy when it comes to decisions that affect our intimate lives, when it comes to decisions of life and death, that machine intelligence has no place in deciding if someone can stay in a country or has to leave. There should be bans on predictive policing. There should be bans on AI in the supermarket and surveillance pricing, as the NDP across the country has called for. The public is ours, and we have to assert its role in AI and in data centers and in all the rest of the digital infrastructure of modern society.
And speaking of AI pricing, here he is congratulating Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow for taking action to protect Toronto residents from surveillance pricing. It's time to end this predatory practice before it becomes normalized, yet another daily digital injustice. So far, the Carney government has promised vague action in the future from a new agency that doesn't even exist yet. Instead, we need a national ban on surveillance pricing right now. That's what Premier Wab Kinew has done in Manitoba, what NDP premiers in waiting like Marit Stiles and Schindler Claudia are fighting for, and what Mayor Chow is proposing. Your personal data should be yours alone, not commodity for big tech and big retail to mine, sell, and use to rip you off. He could be our prime minister. Again, that was the wrong thing I clicked. I don't really endorse people, but it would be nice to maybe try something new. And I like a lot of what Avi Lewis is saying. I like the policies he's proposing. I don't know if him as a person will pull it off. Again, I support policies. I don't support people. When it comes to, like, I endorse policies. I don't endorse people. And I like a lot of the policies that he's putting forth. And I really, really wish that, other people would open up their eyes to this. AI is an absolute disaster. It's going to destroy the environment, the data centers, the oil pipelines, all that sort of stuff. We have an alternative. Like, that's the thing. We have an alternative to the conservatives or more conservative party. We can try it. It would be nice. Like, the only reason why we have our healthcare the way that we do is because of the NDP. When they when they propped up a minority government, that's how we got what we have right now. All the good things we have is because of the NDP. So it doesn't have to be worse or worser. It could be something completely new. And I think we're well overdue for that. Let's see. Let's check the SandBox. Not a digital, well, it is a digital SandBox, I guess. So I did say thank you for that one, I believe. Yep. Okay, I saw that. Okay, people talking about TYT. We can maybe talk about that a little bit more at the end. Again, if I get $1 bazillion in Super Chat and this is a big and, I have the energy. We can do a sneak peek of what I uncovered. Dug into some stories that I don't... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, have a good night, Marina. Thank you for coming into the SandBox. And Entropy Fan, Carney is more charismatic Starmer, which is not a high bar. Well, as I would always say, is that Mark Carney is Keir Starmer's better-looking identical twin. Let's see. Hello, B-Cat. Welcome to the SandBox. Okay, I'm just going to scooch through these. Atticus among us, I recently left the AI industry and it feels good. Well, congratulations. Rusty, we are in post-capitalist corporate feudalism. This definitely is not the world I imagined when I was a kid, that's for sure. It's kind of like they looked at all the dystopian made-for-TV movies and be like, we can do that, but for real. Hello, time and weight loss. It's been a while. Welcome to the SandBox. Okay, so I need to keep those tabs open so that I can document them. Let's see. Let's go to this one. So next we're going to get into some provincial news, mostly Ontario. Okay, all Ontario. But there was a big story that was coming out, so there's a lot to cover on that. So why don't we just get into it? There's some video clips, so I don't have to talk, which is a nice little break that I need right now. Or of course, I'm going to interrupt the clips to talk, but you know what I mean. So let's get into it. So this is from Global News. Ontario MPP charged Writing Association for restaurant, hotels, and limo rentals. So last week I was talking about scandals breaking out about how MPPs who lived within driving distance, like a 20-minute drive to Queen's Park, were booking hotel rooms. In my opinion, a lot of them are having affairs and trying to cover it up. But it turns out when you start scratching the surface, you uncover a whole hell of a lot more. And there was a whole, like, that was just the visible corruption on the corruption iceberg. And there's a whole hell of a lot more corruption under there. And some of that is starting to come up to the top, and we're starting to see it, despite the fact that Doug Ford got rid of the Freedom of Information requests. Gee, I wonder why he did that. Probably because we'd find out even more bullshit like this. So it turns out that this one MPP didn't just spend, you know, what was it, like $16,000 on hotel rooms? It's more, so much more, so much more. Oops. Help if there was volume.
All of the donations that are made to the Willowdale Riding Association. There are some taxpayer funds involved as well. The Progressive Conservative MPP Stan Cho has been using that money, which is typically reserved for election readiness, for a whole bunch of personal items. Things like fancy dinners at downtown hotels, stays in other hotels all across the country.
It's so fucking infuriating. These politicians, they're paid well. They get hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. They can afford this shit. Meanwhile, people on disability, people like me that have to rely on disability payments, I have to sit here and ask for help to pay off a fucking table because they keep us in dire poverty. And so when an extra expense comes up, unless you have a supportive community around you of people who can help, you're shit out of luck. And so for people like me, like struggling to do a business and stuff like that, if you can't afford to get the equipment you need and stuff like that, it's almost impossible to get yourself out of this dire poverty situation. And meanwhile, these fucktards who get hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, they get extra bonuses, they get housing allowances. Their housing allowance is more than what I get per month to live on in total. It's twice as much as what I get to live on. Just their housing allowance. Our housing allowance is something like $500, part of our ODSP. It's only like $500 or something like that they expect us to use towards housing. And here they are just, you know, going off and getting dinners and all these extra expenses and fancy things and hotel rooms and luxuries, when so many people in this province can't even afford to fucking eat proper.
Flights as well, and other expenses like renting a limo. The Premier today saying all of this is unacceptable. Days after Stan Cho...
Yeah, it's unacceptable we were caught. It's like, damn it, I got rid of the FOI for a reason. We were still caught. Totally unacceptable that you guys were so sloppy we got caught.
Quit Premier Doug Ford's cabinet over a hotel spending
Guys, I
scandal.
can hear it's totally unacceptable. What Stan has done, he's paid back every single penny.
The Premier is facing new revelations and fresh questions.
Hi, I'm Stan Cho.
According to public disclosure, Stan Cho has been billing his riding association hundreds of thousands of dollars in expenses that appear to be personal in nature, including meals at swanky restaurants in Yorkville, flights, hotels, and entertainment costs as well.
You find things like
they just want to live like royalty. That's all. They want to be part of the Epstein class, but can't quite make it. So, you know, they steal from the constituents to live a very fake lifestyle. They're posers. Meanwhile, so many people in this, 80,000 people in 1 year were in tent encampments because they can't afford rent anymore because of what Doug Ford did.
Chicken lobster dinners, additional hotels at in very expensive locations. We're seeing Hiltons and Fairmonts, a whole bunch of expenses that seem to be used to support a lavish lifestyle by Stan Cho.
Cho's expenses include nearly $100,000 in meals at restaurants large.
How much are you fucking eating? 100,000 in meals? In meals. Wow, that's quite the ability there.
Largely outside the Willowdale boundary. Thousands of dollars in flights and hotel stays from Ottawa to Calgary that appear to have little to do with his riding. And even the cost of renting a suite at the Rogers Centre is billed to donors in his riding. On top of all of the other expenses, opponents say it should be a bridge too far.
If he was in our caucus, he wouldn't be in caucus anymore. Done. Gone.
When Global News asked the Premier that question...
Is he going to remain a member of your caucus? Is this acceptable within your caucus?
No. Again, Colin, it's unacceptable. And he's no longer a minister in our government.
But he's still part of the caucus. He's not a minister. He got a slight demotion. But he's still part of the caucus.
At the same time, the Premier has refused to say how or if the other members of cabinet who've racked up hotel room charges...
Yeah, there was like a dozen of them that have totally gone overboard and spending tens of thousands of dollars on hotels when they're just like a 20-minute drive from Queen's Park.
On the taxpayer dime...
Not to mention, they have a fucking chauffeur.
...will be held accountable. Instead, he offered some contrition.
It won't happen again. And I apologize for it even happening in the first place. It's very frustrating to say the least.
The critics say they've heard that sorry before.
You wait till you get caught and then you come out and you apologize and you say all the right things. We have seen that with his private luxury jet when he got caught purchasing that. We saw it with the Greenbelt.
This time they say they're just not buying it. And now another potential problem for the Progressive Conservative government. Hardeep Grewal, the MPP from Brampton East, is facing a complaint with the Integrity Commissioner.
Let's get to that complaint with the Integrity Commissioner. So Brampton MPP faces questions over taxpayer-funded ads in father's newspaper. A progressive conservative MPP is being accused of using public funds to further the private interests of his own family, Global News has learned, just days after the revelation that he billed taxpayers thousands to stay in downtown Toronto hotel rooms. This is the most fucking corrupt government. Oh my God. Just everything they're doing is to enrich themselves while the people of this province literally suffer and die. On Monday, the Ontario NDP asked the Integrity Commissioner to probe Brampton East MPP Hardeep Grewal, claiming he was using his publicly funded constituency budget to advertise in a newspaper run by his father. So he's using taxpayer money to run ads in a business that would benefit his family, that would enrich his family. Grewal, who was already under scrutiny for expensing $27,000 on hotels over the past 3 years, despite living in Brampton, appears to have so for those who don't know, that's right next door to Toronto, appears to have regularly advertised constituents events in the Punjabi Post, which is run by his father, Jagdish Singh Greenwal. MPP Greenwald just got caught with his hands in the taxpayers' pockets, spending nearly $30,000 on luxury downtown hotel rooms stays, and now potentially breaking ethic rules to enrich an immediate family member with tax dollars, Ontario NDP leader Mart Stiles said. Stiles filed her complaint with the Integrity Commissioner on Monday morning, alleging the advertisements were in conflict of interest because Greenwald's father stood to benefit financially from them. Yeah, that's a conflict of interest. Greenwald said the statement he would seek guidance from the Integrity Commissioner. The Punjabi Post is a popular ethnic news outlet in Brampton, a community with a large Punjabi-speaking population. Political parties of all stripes have advertised with the Punjabi Post, he wrote. Prior to advertising, I should have consulted with the Integrity Commissioner and have since reached out to her office for advice. Anyway, I'll toss the rest of this into the SandBox. And I will be cataloging these later. Because there's still a little bit more on all of this. More from Global News. Election finance complaint submitted about Brampton MPP over ads in father's newspaper. And so it's not just enriching, it's also election finance issues when it comes to this, because, yeah. Embattled Progressive Conservative leader, MPP Hardeep Greenwald is facing election finance complaint as the opposition accuses him of failing to declare campaign advertising a newspaper of his family owns. Yeah, so not only is it enriching his family, he was using it for elections, which, again, problematic. Elections Ontario complaint. According to the NDP's campaign, Greenwald advertised in his campaign Punjabi Post, and we got that. Last 2 days of the advertisements appeared in the paper were on election day itself and the day before, when most political advertising is banned. Just a whole lot of corruption going on. Not done. So, the Progressive Conservative Caucus is a little divided over this because, you know, some of them are like, oh, you know, I like corruption and all this, but even this is going a little bit far for me. So, and more from Global News, Progressive Conservative Caucus divided over Ontario hotel spending scandal. So it turns out that Doug Ford, because remember he said something along the lines of like, this is completely unacceptable, blah, 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 blah. No, he actually encouraged his MPPs to spend this money like this. Uh-huh. Gee, I wonder why he wanted to get rid of the FOIs.
Narrative from the Ford government on the hotel expense scandal uncovered by Global News. Premier Doug Ford has expressed anger over the expenses and suggested that Stan Cho, who resigned as the Minister of Tourism over the scandal, made a mistake when he billed taxpayers for 16 progressive conservative MPPs were routinely in session, even though they live within commuting distance from Queen. Told members of the PC caucus, according to emails obtained by Global News, the government repeatedly told members of the PC caucus to consider the benefit anytime the legislature ran late into the night.
So they told them, you know what? Consider corruption. Consider using taxpayer money because you're a little sleepy, even though, again, they have fucking chauffeurs.
For those members with no Toronto accommodation allowance, the email reads, you may choose to book a hotel room downtown for the days of night sittings. That contradicts the Premier's assertion that the expense was unacceptable.
Something contradicts something that Doug Ford said? What?
Doug Ford can't keep his story straight. On the one hand, he's telling the people of Ontario that this is...
I'm just going to say it again because it pisses me off every time I see her face. I will never forgive her for not stepping down as NDP leader, Marit Stiles. That party will not win with her in charge. She put her ego above the interests of everyone in Ontario. Okay, we need somebody like an Avi Lewis or Zoran Mandami running for the leadership of the Ontario NDP. Somebody with true progressive values, someone that would energize the base and get people out to vote. That ain't her. She has given the next election to the Conservatives yet again. The fucking Liberals are polling in front of her and they don't even have a leader. I will never forgive her for this.
Unacceptable when he is the one who is clearly, him and his staff are telling these members what the standard is.
The scandal has also led to pushback within the Progressive Conservative Party. Sources say during a closed-door caucus meeting, the Premier only said some of the costs would have to be repaid, before offering a very different take during public news conferences.
If you guys think for a second I'm happy about this, you're wrong. It's unacceptable. They're
Yeah, it's just so unacceptable that they were caught.
all paying it back. Simple as that.
Critics say they are holding the Premier to his word.
What's unacceptable is that the Premier seems to think that it's all fine until somebody gets caught.
The fallout has left the Premier's office scrambling to gain control of a problematic narrative. At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
But we're not done. So this is from Richard Southern from City News saying, I asked Premier Ford about the almost $200K bill taxpayers were left with the for costs associated with the private jet. Since he's directing his caucus members to pay back hotel charges, will he repay taxpayers for the jet? Remember that? I covered that too, not too long ago. He wanted to get a private luxury jet to go all over the place for reasons. And it was going to cost millions of dollars. And people found out, like it was $30 million or something like that. People found out and he had to go back on that. But there was still like contracts and fees and all that sort of stuff. So still hundreds of thousands of dollars that taxpayers had to pay because of his little vanity project that he wanted. So would he pay back that money that he wasted?
There may be Ontarians, I'm sure, Premier, that will look at the $120,000 in hotel expenses and not see a huge difference between that and the almost $200,000 you charge taxpayers for costs related to your private jet, which you quickly sold. My question is, if you're directing your caucus members to pay back the hotel money, will you pay back the money for your private jet?
Careful, Richard. Tina got fired for asking questions like this. Allegedly. From City News. She got fired because she was challenging Doug Ford like this. Allegedly. Careful, Richard. You're on thin ice here. But good for you.
Well, again, I love your questions. Can I tell you something? When I traveled out to Utah, when I traveled to South Carolina, guess where I ate? I ate at McDonald's. I pay out of my own pocket. I've never, ever charged the taxpayers. I'm the only premier in the history of this province that has a zero expense account. I'm going to repeat that, a zero expense account. So I don't expect people to have a zero expense account, even in the opposition, when they used to fly all over the world, spending hundreds of thousands.
Do you know what else with all of these hotel spending and stuff like that? Only one party was involved with that. The NDP, Liberals, Greens, none of them were caught up spending tens of thousands of dollars on hotel rooms. Just the Conservatives. He is lying through his teeth here.
Thousands of dollars going over to Asia and so on and so forth. I find it pretty ironic and hypocritical from the opposition, politicizing it. I have...
Politicizing how you're using our money? That is politics.
Zero time for anyone that doesn't respect the taxpayers' money, and we're going to continue doing it. But maybe what you should do is look into my expenses and find out that I have zero expenses.
We would, but you got rid of the FOI. We would, but you refused to hand over your cell phone records. You know, your personal cell phone that you were doing all your government business on. Yeah, we would absolutely love to look into how you're spending money.
The only premier in the history of this province. And yes, I'm the only premier in the history of the province that didn't fly around in government planes. I flew commercial. And yes, I have to charter some too. So I respect the taxpayers.
Really? 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 You flew around? Really? You didn't use government planes? Really? Really? Because, yeah. Tom Whitaker just saying Air Canada has scheduled flights throughout the day from Toronto to Charlottetown, but he chose the OPP jet. But remember, folks, Ford Nation never incurs expenses. Yes. From TDOT resident Doug Ford on the OPP jet to PEI this morning. Not the first time. He couldn't have his private jet, so he's using a cop jet. But he doesn't incur expenses. Uh-huh. We believe that, right? Right? Huh? Huh? And this, I just wanted to throw him to show what kind of entitled ass he is. So Colin DeMello was reporting in PEI, because remember, he just flew to PEI on the OPP jet, because he's so fucking entitled. With limited space given to media, journalists repeatedly had to tell Premier Ford's videographer to move out of their designated spots. The response, buddy, there's a way to ask. Alas, we have dealt with the same persistent issues at Queen Park. I do like when Colin DeMello throws in some subtle shade.
So can you just stay out of our way now? We need to see those pictures. We were told we couldn't have any cameras here, so yeah, you're behind us, please.
I got
to go from Premier Ford's delegation. Get out of our way, please.
Yeah, buddy, there's a way to ask.
Well, just
go for it.
Hey guys, Premier, how you doing?
Hi there. I'm doing great, actually.
Oh, there's a way to ask. So Sarah here tweeted out a blast from the past. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were just spent by a lot of conservative MPPs, wasted on luxury items, lavish lifestyles, while people who rely on disability live in dire poverty. And this was a video from 2020 when Doug's like, you know what, I'd love to help you guys out. We just don't have the money. They do. They absolutely have the money. The amount of money. He has wasted billions of dollars. Everyone on disability could be out of poverty, but instead he chose to just waste billions of taxpayer dollars. And this is him just blatantly saying, like, yeah, we can't help you guys. Money's tight. Yeah, it's so tight.
People with disabilities, and they feel that they've been largely ignored throughout this, and they say the cost of food is rising, and it was tough for them to make ends meet before, and now it's impossible. Could you not give them a little bit of a bump up and some help or assistance through this time?
Well, again, everything's on the table. We're trying to support so many people out there right now, Cynthia, and I know they need a little bump, and I guess everyone needs a little bump, and there's just so much money to go around. I want to help them. If it was up to me, Cynthia, I'd give everyone a bump. We just don't have the money. That's just the fact.
People with disabilities.
Yeah, don't have the money for people living with disabilities, but luxury jets, dinners, hotel rooms, advertising for papers, all that sort of stuff, all the money that he's wasted on these vanity projects of his. He has the money for that. But when it comes to the well-being of people who cannot work, nothing. Meanwhile, things that people should probably know. I have to do this shot before I go into this shot. More ways he's fucking over the people of this province. That tends to go under the radar. So this is from City News, why Ontario's recent insurance changes are raising concerns among commuters. Because I never really thought of this before, but yeah, it's a thing. When you're a driver, you have auto insurance, which helps you if you get into a collision and stuff like that. What if you're a pedestrian and you get hit by a car? Who covers those expenses? Well, right now, you're shit out of luck.
I was hit by a reckless driver in 2015 and I almost died twice.
A crash that broke Jess Speaker's spine. She couldn't work for months. The driver's insurance paid to replace her income so she wasn't evicted for not paying her rent.
I was lucky to have access to income replacement benefits, and even that was barely enough to keep me housed.
She says that's just one example of payments worth thousands of dollars that have stopped being available for pedestrians and cyclists who are hit by cars but don't have their own vehicles or their own insurance, including income replacement of up to $1,600 a month, death benefits of up to $25,000, and non-earner benefits of up to $750 a month. That's in the wake of a shakeup to the insurance system in Ontario that allows drivers to choose their coverage.
If you drive your own car, you can opt in and get these better supports. But if you're
So we can't choose to have auto insurance. You're required to. But now we can choose if it covers pedestrians and stuff. Just something to forward through in there. Yep. Totally fair, legit. Yep. This is to help make the people in this province better.
you don't have your own vehicle, you're not privileged enough to drive a motor vehicle, then you don't have the option. You just get the bottom basement support.
For those hit by a bus, the TTC says it's dropped the optional coverage. And Brampton's transit system says, as a result of the province's regulatory changes, these optional benefits no longer apply to passengers, pedestrians, or cyclists involved in a collision with a city vehicle.
The changes are also affecting a provincial government fund that pays out claims to people injured in a hit and run where the vehicle and the insurance company can't be identified. That fund is also dropping optional coverage.
Everybody who has to access the Motor Vehicle Accident Claims Fund is left at this lower tier of insurance.
Something that may not be widely known. When asked about it, the Premier said this.
Honestly, the first time I've heard of this one.
The amount of times he says that when he gets caught doing bullshit things. First time I heard about it. So either you don't know anything about what your own caucus is doing, or yeah, you know, and you're just lying through your teeth. And I suspect it's the lying through your teeth part.
Referred us to his staff, who said Friday pedestrians and cyclists will continue to have access to medical, rehabilitation, and attendant care benefits and will continue to receive the medical care that they need.
These are cuts designed as choice, but for those unfortunate pedestrians, they had no choice in the matter.
You are so screwed. You could lose your home, your health will not be the same, your life will be blown up.
Speaker calling for the government to rethink these changes and how they protect the most vulnerable on the road.
Okay. Now, if you are having trouble sleeping and you can read this. It's from a lawyer. Hit and run victim stripped of essential accident benefits. I skimmed through it. It's long. It's from a lawyer. It uses a lot of lawyerly words, but it's good to know, like, read over it if you're in Ontario, because it does tell you kind of like where your rights are and things of that sort. And here they are quoting, honestly, that's the first time I've heard of this, from the video that we just watched. Yeah, on behalf of people involved in automobile collisions in Ontario, this oversight and the Ministry of Finance's response with respect to major auto insurance changes affecting many Ontarians is troubling and concerning. So I will toss this into the SandBox. It is important to at least look over. Let's see. What did I... You shouldn't be seeing that when I do that. Sometimes this thing. Oh, it's in the wrong screen. That's why. Let's do this. There we go. Okay, now you won't see the little drop downs. There we go. Anyway. So yeah, like I said, read through this, it's important. And so next, moving along to more ways Doug Ford is fucking us over. So this is from Mike Schreiner. Doug Ford wants to break all the rules and hand public land on Lake Muskoka to a private developer. No local input, no planning laws. 1,400 units, 3 hotels, 1 bay being sold off to highest bidder. We'll just watch part of this at a fast speed.
The Ford government wants to sell off public land right here on Lake Muskoka to a private luxury resort. And they want to completely bypass planning laws and local democracy to do it. This is Cliff Bay, 10 buildings, 3 hotels, 1,400 units right here on Lake Muskoka. I'm here with our deputy leader and former candidate.
So I'll toss this into the sandbox if you want to finish watching this little video. But the reason why I really clicked on this was because Mike Schreiner also has this link here to a petition, which is now in the sandbox. If you're on Ontario, please sign. So it's basically trying to keep public things public. So Cliff Bay, Muskoka's public shoreline is not for sale. This is a public shoreline. The government is selling off to wealthy developers, overriding local governance along the way. For 30 years, the Muskoka Regional Center lands more than 70 acres with 2,000 meters of Lake Muskoka shoreline have sat empty. Now the province wants to hand them to a private developer using the Minister's Zoning Order, MZO, to override local council and skip the normal planning process. The plan: condos, a hotel, 2 restaurants, a spa, because, you know, the luxury spa that's going to be in Ontario places is going to be big enough, and a marina with a space for 80 boats. Muskoka residents don't get a vote, but wealthy developers get to cash in, and the zoning shortcuts that make it all possible was reportedly built into the sale agreement itself before the public ever had a say. It's the same playbook we've seen with the Greenbelt and Ontario's conservation authorities. Sell off what belongs to everyone and hand well-connected insiders the shortcut to make sure the deal goes through. So please sign that petition, because here's the thing, sometimes it works. From Tina Yazdani, a Friday night blow to Premier Doug Ford's Billy Bishop plans. The federal government has rejected Ontario's proposal to expand the island airport. 87,000 people weighed in during the public consultation and raised a range of issues, including transportation, economics, environment protection, noise, housing, and quality of life. And this is the statement from Steve McKinnon saying, yeah, we're not really going to do it. But some more on that. Avi Lewis just saying today's decision is the result of a massive effort from the Ontario NDP organizers on the ground. He's giving her way too much credit. And the people of Toronto who said no jets, Toronto. It was a collective power that made this issue impossible for the Carney government to ignore. When we organize, we win. Mayor Olivia Chow also chiming in on it. I want to thank Prime Minister and the Minister of Transportation for listening to the people of Toronto. Thank you to everyone who spoke out and shared your voice, stood up for our community. Your relentless advocacy has made a difference. Because sometimes, like I said, it works. And a little video on that as well. I'll speed it up when it decides to play.
After months of fighting over the future of Billy Bishop Airport, the federal government has grounded Ontario's expansion plans. It's a decision advocates who have been pushing to protect Toronto's waterfront are calling a major victory.
Democratic action has won the day. We spoke, people from all across Ontario, across Canada spoke up, and the federal government.
So that's the thing. Sometimes you might not think those little petitions and stuff that you sign make a difference. They do. I volunteer with Amnesty International, and sometimes you feel like, okay, I'm signing these petitions, I'm sending these letters, but do they actually do something? Yeah. People have been released from prisons because of the petition signing and letters and all that sort of stuff. When enough people do it, it makes a difference. And it's good and it's bad, because then it's frustrating. It's like, then why don't people actually do this when it comes to other things like housing, rent, raising the rates of ODSP and all that sort of stuff? If enough people get involved, it would absolutely make a difference. And this is just a small example of that. Because it's good that the Billy Bishop Airport isn't being expanded. It was just another money hole for Doug Ford to enrich some of his wealthy buddies already, and because he wanted an airport closer to his workplace that he could use. That's really what it was about. Enriching his friends, making his life more convenient.
Government listened, and we won the fight.
On Friday, Federal Transport Minister Stephen McKinnon announced Ottawa will focus exclusively on runway safety enhancements already underway at the airport, putting an end to the Ford government's plans to allow the airport to accommodate larger jets. McKinnon adding that no plans will be pursued that, quote, infringe on treasured public spaces like Little Norway Park or Hanlan's Point Beach, result in elevated noise, have significant environmental impacts, or hinder Toronto's ability to build much-needed housing.
Okay. I'll toss the rest of this into SandBox if you want to finish watching it, but I think we get the point. Okay, and one last article in this docket. Again, I'm not a huge fan of polls. I'm an anti-poll channel. I could have told you this. You don't need to do a fucking poll. I could have told you this. That Ford's approvals dipped to 24%. Okay, I might not have said 24%, but I could have told you it dipped. Ontario's PCs still trail Liberals amid hotel expanse scandal. So Liberals have a 5-point lead over PC. Ford government approval rating lower than ever. Liaison polls fine. And this is from CBC. So again, I'm not going to go into the details of this article because I could have told you this. The Liberals have a better chance of winning than the NDP. The Liberals don't even have a fucking leader right now. If the NDP actually had a socialist type leader, someone who would energize the base, they'd be a shoo-in. They would win hands down. Instead, they're going to split the fucking vote again. Last time, you couldn't tell the two leaders apart. Merritt Stiles or Bonnie Crumby. They were the same. Same policies, they kind of look the same presentation, and they ended up splitting the vote. So it does not matter that Doug Ford's approval has gone down. They can still win. With our first past the post system, they can still win. So all this does, it gives people this artificial, this false sense of security. That's all it does. Is that, oh, well, next time he's going to be voted out. He might not be voted out. And I blame Merritt Stiles. I will never forgive her for this, that she put her ego above the people of this province. She should have stepped down as the NDP leader. She's already lost a couple elections. The leaderless Liberals are in front of them. She needs to fucking step down now. Ugh. And whoever decides to run for her position can't be a current sitting member of the NDP, because ain't none of them got it. It needs to be somebody new, energetic, somebody socialist, somebody like a Zora Mandami or an Avi Lewis or a Zach Polanski. Somebody like that needs to run. AOC, we'll have an AOC up here, run the NDP. I'd like that. Okay, so we have one more docket to go. I don't need to keep that tab open. No, maybe I do. Not that specific one. Okay. So I have one more docket to go through, and it's a smaller docket. So I'll get that ready. Before we get to that, go and check the SandBox. Atticus Among Us. Aboriginal is still used sometimes, like APTN stands for Aboriginal News. Something. The A stands for Aboriginals in it. We tend to not use it though anymore because especially if you go to Australia and New Zealand, it's akin to using the N-word towards the indigenous population. And also that was not a word they chose. It was a word that was imposed on them. So indigenous or First Nations tends to be used more often now. The Wild West, we tried assimilation, it just resulted in cultural genocide, so maybe let's not. Yeah. Let's see. Atticus Among Us says penguins are against global warming and therefore a threat to capitalism. They're going beyond the terrorist watch list. They even have a dress code. They have a uniform. Okay. Oh, I already read some of those. Okay. Scooch down. Diamond Weight Loss says the SandBox have poop in it. LOL. As far as I know, we don't actually get much in the way of trolls. Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's good for all you, but then it means I'm not getting that noticed. The more harassment I get, the more noticed I am. It's not something I want, though. I don't want harassment. I somehow have gone under the radar of all that, but it does also mean that my channel's struggling to get along because, again, I'm going back through my live streams since Carney got elected Liberal leader to start cataloging all the articles and stuff so that I know all the controversies when it comes time to make the videos. And in the past year, I've only gotten like 150 new subscribers. So yeah, putting along. Moomy, YouTube is driving me nuts tonight. I keep getting the same ad every 3 to 5 minutes. Ugh. I put it on its lowest frequency. Like, I don't like enabling ads at all. So I put it on automatic, but the lowest. Because I don't like inundating people with ads, but YouTube likes my channel better when I allow for ads. But, I'm just saying, if you happen to go onto Firefox and you happen to come across a ad blocker called, it begins with like a U and it has like a block and it has like an origin story, and you happen to get that, you don't get ads on your YouTube videos. Not that I would ever suggest anyone, you know, go to Firefox and download that particular app. Or plugin, I should say. Would never. As somebody who despises ads with a passion. Moomy, the base salary for a backbench member of parliament in Ontario is over $160,000 per year. Also, keep in mind that he has the most bloated office, as in more than half of his caucus are ministers. And when you become a minister, you get a pay bump. So some of them, a lot of them, are making over $200,000 a year because they're a minister. That was his way of giving them pay bumps without giving them an actual pay bump. Looney Tunes says, penguins are not terrorists. They have a uniform. They're against climate change. So, I don't know. Hello, Angela. Welcome to the SandBox. It's been a while. Okay, let's scooch through this last docket. It's not terribly long. It has to do with police and queer-related issues. Some of them are pretty heavy. Just warning you, there was most likely a terror hate-related incident in Berlin that I'll be touching on. Also, police violence that I'll be touching on. So heavy docket, not long. And then we can chit-chat, unwind. Yeah. And I can plead for money. I'll talk about it afterwards. Let's just get this done. So this is quite the news headline. So apparently the RCMP, so that's the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, they are surprisingly not standing for racist. Officers intentionally set home ablaze during a tense standoff, court documents reveal. They chose to so this person was having a mental health episode and was erratic and potentially violent, and they thought, you know what, we should end this. Let's just set the house on fire. That's what they're getting paid to do now. Wow. That's especially in this day and age of climate change, you know, that could spark a whole other wildfire, you know, or just the neighborhood or other properties, and it could have, well, killed them. Not to mention the property damage at the home and other people that might have lived there are now unhoused. Like, holy fuck, this is wrong on so many levels.
This is all that was left of a precedent-setting standoff. In May of 2023, police were called to do a wellness check on Daniel Hackle at his home on Knight Road and Queen Street in Chilliwack.
Just as a rule of thumb, because the next one also relates to a wellness check, do not call the police if you think you have somebody you know going through a mental health crisis. There are mental health crisis support lines that you can call. Do not call the police. They are not trained for it, and they'll burn down your house or maybe kill them.
Documents show Hackle was inside, refused to come out or surrender, threatened to kill officers, and shot at them.
There was shots, and then that scared me, and I ran behind his vehicle.
Those documents now show RCMP approved a plan to intentionally set the residence on fire.
I was in fact quite flabbergasted to read about this particular incident. I believe, with all due respect, it was tactically irresponsible.
The RCMP's national headquarters confirm it's the only time this tactic has been used. It's not
that we know of.
Routine. According to the sentencing decision, the home was located in a compact neighborhood, and there were large amounts of ammunition inside.
It makes it even more egregious that they decided to use fire in this context, knowing that there were some serious harms that could be resulting from their actions. And more than anything, like they put the lives of the community at risk.
At the time of the incident, Mounties wouldn't tell CTV News the cause of the fire. Now, years later, they cannot confirm why the information was withheld.
The likelihood that we ever would have uncovered or discovered that this was what happened without that sentencing decision is likely nil, which is incredibly problematic.
Hackle pleaded guilty to the attempted murder of police officers and was sentenced to 4 years in prison.
Okay, so there they burned down the house during a wellness check. Here, it was a deadly wellness check. The police shot the person they were supposed to check on. So from CP24, they want answers. Family demands accountability in $17.5 million lawsuit against police in deadly mental health crisis shooting. Quite often, we point to the United States, say, oh, look at the police shootings down there, how horrible they are, and on and on and on, and we're not that. But when we look through comparable countries, Canada's number 2. And the people who are killed by police, people of color, Black, Indigenous, often suffering from a mental health crisis. So a civil lawyer who filed a $17.5 million lawsuit against South Simcoe and Ontario Provincial Police say the family of Liam and Dylan Hatton is seeking accountability following the deadly August 2024 shooting. In a statement of claim, the lawsuit alleges South Simcoe police officers used excessive force in the shooting that killed Liam Hutton, wounded his brother Dylan, who was taken to a hospital in life-threatening condition. The Hutton family decided to file the lawsuit because they want accountability and they want answers, said Asha James, managing partner at Fell Corners LLP. Of course, we understand that the officers need to ensure their safety as well, but they are trained for these situations. No, they're not. And in our point of view, they did not handle the situation appropriately. Liam should be alive today, and he's not. The Hatton family, James states, has been devastated by the tragedy and regrets having called the police for help. To have called the police for assistance on that day and for it to have ended the way it had ended is just unimaginable, said the lawyer. The Hatton family is seeking accountability. They want those who were responsible for the killing of their son, Liam, and injuring Dylan, and the emotional trauma that has brought onto the family to bear the consequences of that. The Simcoe police officers had responded to a call for help from the Hatton family at their Shoreview drive home. Okay, so the lawsuit claims the family called police to report a domestic disturbance with the teens. Teenagers. They killed a teenager being in the midst of a mental health crisis. A Special Investigations Unit, SIU, probe cleared the officer of criminal wrongdoing months later. The report concluded the police officers faced a very real possibility of being run over when Dylan Hutton tried to reverse the SUV he had taken control of when his brother was shot for trying to drive away despite being told to get out of the vehicle. The lawsuit agrees police officers ignored the family's request to help de-escalate the situation, saying Liam and Dylan got behind the wheel of an SUV and tried to leave the property. Liam was shot in the head and killed. Dylan grabbed the wheel and was shot 5 times by 3 officers. The report concluded the actions of the responding officers were not justified. Following a parallel and separate investigation by the Ontario Provincial Police, Dylan Hatton, who suffered severe injuries, was charged with 4 counts of assaulting an officer along with assault causing bodily harm, assault with a weapon, and dangerous driving. Luckily, those charges were dropped in October 2025. Yeah, we just shot your brother in the head beside you, and you went and panicked and took the wheel, and then we shot you 5 times, but we're going to charge you with assault. Hatton's criminal defense lawyer, Adam Weisberg, told CTV News his client was wrongly charged by the police in the first place. On my review of the body cam footage, which was inconsistent with the police notes, it was clear that Mr. Hatton should never have been shot by police. Mr. Hatton should never have been charged by police, Weisberg said. Wow, cops lied? Never. The family's civil lawsuit also questions the techniques and standards used by the OPP and the subsequent investigation that led to charges against Dylan Hatton. The police officers are there to serve and protect to preserve life, James told CTV News. Both police services acknowledge being aware of a lawsuit but declined to comment further while matters proceeds through the judicial system. The respondents have about 3 weeks to file a statement defense. The allegations against them have not been tested in court. Wow, they get paid hundreds of thousands. Like I believe the Toronto police budget is $1.18 billion. So millions of dollars going to the police. Millions and then billions going to the police. One might think you could use that for proper training. Instead, they want a new car. ultimate budgets for the police, teachers, a Staples gift card. After more than 30 years, we're introducing a new look to our frontline vehicles. A modernized look enhances visibility, recognizability, and supports officers' public safety. Read the full... No, we're not going to read the full news. Defund, dismantle, reinvent. Police tend to be more of a danger to people than protectors. They usually show up after a crime has happened, and then they have burned down homes and shot people in mental health crisis. Remind you teenagers here. Okay. So just going to move on to the last topic around some queer-related issues. Going to talk about J.K. Rowling and her upskirt photo she did. But then I'll touch on a story that just broke over the weekend of a attack in Berlin targeting a Pride festival. So, content warning on that. But we'll start with J.K. Rowling wanting to sexually harass other women. So Gina here is just saying, I brought the upskirting law into effect in 2019. Let's talk about that image J.K. Rowling shared. So I believe she was the one that, I read another thread on this, where she had to make it illegal because it wasn't going to be illegal. Because for some reason, it should be fine for men to just go around and under the skirt of a woman and take her picture. Unconsensual, like that's revenge porn level to me. Unconsensual, like that's assault to take pictures of body parts unconsensually like that. So she says, let's talk about the image J.K. Rowling shared. She did this to humiliate artist Frida Wallace. That is specific motivation we included in the Voyeurism Act. We fought for and included it specifically because men often upskirt women, it's overwhelmingly men, or now TERFs, to punish them for their bodies, clothing, and for being a woman by humiliating them. This is called misogyny, and it's what we're witnessing Joanne do here. Trans misogyny. It goes like this. Target someone you dehumanize. Assert power with demand. Joanne wanted to debate Frida. For me, a man wanted a yes to his advances. If they refuse, punish them by capturing a humiliating image of their body. Share it to exert power and humiliate. Same exact logic. Now Joanne didn't capture this image. She didn't capture it. So now Joanne didn't capture this image and she didn't capture it beneath Frida's clothing, which adds questions about prosecution under the Voyeurism Act, though it doesn't 100% discount it. Sharing the image is a separate issue here too. Even if it didn't fit neatly under the Voyeurism Act, that doesn't make it less wrong. The law is never a guide for morality, and laws do not reflect the complex ways people harass and or assault people. Joanne is spending millions and committing her life to pushing trans people out of public life. She is harassing, harmful, bully, controlling the logic of advocacy to hurt marginalized people and retain some sort of twisted relevance. I support trans people to live free from harassment, harm, and demonization. I always will, because I believe in human rights. I do not and will never support a billionaire using wealth and power to harass and harm people of any gender. Like, just J.K. Rowling has enough money that she can just go off into oblivion, never talk to humanity again. To spend so much time and resources, the amount of hate that has to be in you to make this your mission in life, to be a TERF, boggles my fucking mind. How you could hate any group of people that much. She has helped to pass laws to ban them from public life. I have too much compassion. I have too much empathy. It hurts. I break down sometimes because I feel too much. To have this level of hate, I don't know how that's humanly possible. I really don't. How you cannot have compassion for another group of people that's already under attack and marginalized, that's already under threat of harassment and stuff. How can you not have compassion for them? It like I said, I can't comprehend that level of hatred. So again, just getting into some content warning here. There was an attack at a Pride festival in Berlin that we're about to... There's nothing graphic in the videos, but it's still, a sensitive subject.
We begin this morning in Berlin, where one person is dead after a suspect drove a vehicle into a crowd during a Pride celebration in the... We begin this morning in Berlin, where one person is dead after a suspect drove a vehicle into a crowd during a Pride celebration in the German capital last night. Officials say 29 others are injured. Authorities have identified a suspect who has not been arrested, and a manhunt...
There is an update to this that we'll get to in the next video.
Continues this hour. They say the suspect has ties to Islamic extremists. Hundreds of thousands of people were gathered in the central Berlin area for the Christopher Street Day Festival in the city's Tiergarten Park. It's held to commemorate the 1969 Stonewall riots in New York City. The CBC's Julia Chapman has more from London.
Well, in the last little while, German authorities have said they have every indication that this was an Islamist terror attack. It unfolded last night around 10 p.m.
So they're very quick to say that one, but when a man hits a Muslim woman with a hijab in the face while yelling out, "I'm a fucking racist," that's not a terror attack. But they're very, very quick in the media and politics and stuff to label this as Islamic attack. And I don't doubt it was. A radical, just somebody who hates, who's full of hate.
Local time in Berlin after the Pride parade had gathered at the Tiergarten Park in the center of Berlin near the Brandenburg Gate. And it was around...
I don't know yet, because again, this is a very new story, but it wouldn't surprise me if this one does not get picked up in the media, in the UK media, the same way other stories get picked up when the perpetrator is a radical Islamist, because they were going after queer people, which is in their group these right-wingers despise. The world is fucking dark.
400 meters from the festival site, that a white van rammed into a crowd of people, injuring several of them before hitting a tree. A man then got out of that vehicle and used a blade, officials say maybe a machete, to stab several of them before fleeing the scene, although they haven't ruled out that there could have been a second person involved in that attack. One person was killed, as you say, 29 now known to have been injured. Several of them are still in a life-threatening condition. And this was a really joyous celebration that had been taking place across the course of Saturday, and one person who had been attending that event has been speaking about how it felt to have it targeted in this way.
Es war eine sehr, sehr schöne Demonstration, eine tolle Veranstaltung.
So I'll just read out what he's saying, because not in English. It had been a very, very beautiful demonstration and a great event.
Es gab viele tolle Künstler.
There were many wonderful artists who made the day feel complete and joyful.
Künstler, die diesen Tag einfach bunt und fröhlich gemacht haben, so wie die queere
reflecting what this community stands for.
Community auch einfach steht. Und es ist halt sehr, sehr schade.
It is very, very unfortunate that this deeply tragic incident has now taken place.
Dass es zu dem ja doch sehr tragischen Ereignis jetzt gekommen ist. Und das zeigt umso mehr,
and it shows all the more that hate and incitement,
gerade Hass und Hetze, auch im Hinblick auf
particularly in connection with political events, achieve nothing.
Politische Ereignisse eigentlich nichts bringen und dazu führen, dass Gesellschaften
they lead to society becoming even more divided to acts like this and to acts like this.
Die Gesellschaft weitergespalten wird und es eben zu solchen Taten kommt.
There had been other events planned as part of the Pride celebrations this weekend in Berlin. Those have all been cancelled as officials warn of possible copycat events.
Julia, what do we know about the suspect or...
Okay, so we can get to the next video. There's one off to the side here. So apparently, yeah, 16 injured and 1 dead. Is that the same? No, it's probably going to report the same thing. So the alleged attacker has been found and shot by police.
Some breaking news out of Germany.
Ooh, that's loud.
Some breaking news out of Germany. Police have shot and killed the suspect in the Berlin Pride attack. According to a social media post from the Berlin police, the operation was carried out at a garden complex on the west side of Berlin. They say the suspect ran towards officers while armed with a bladed weapon, prompting officers to shoot him. The fire department attempted to resuscitate him, but he died at the scene.
In Berlin, aber auch in ganz Deutschland.
Police say the suspect rammed a car through Pride.
Okay, that's really all we needed to know. So that is the update in that. I'm sure more news about this will be coming out in the near future. But one last thing on this that's good, like good queer-related news for a change. And this is from Owen Jones, just saying trans people have been marginalized, demonized, and attacked. Britain now has one of the world's records on trans rights in Europe, one of the worst records on trans rights in Europe. But they have so many allies who will never give up on them. And he was quote tweeting this article here saying 150,000 marched through London in world's largest trans pride, organizers say. Actually, click on the article. Reject cookies. So, considering all the hate and all the laws and how unbearable, the UK is becoming for trans folks, this is good. It means that, people aren't buying the bullshit being sold to them. So an estimated 150,000 people marched through central London in the world's largest trans pride event, organizers have said. Protesters voiced anger at the new guidance on single-sex spaces and called Prime Minister Andy Burnham's to make a positive difference to trans people. Saturday's march started near BBC's central London headquarters, where placards. I just have to do that. Just call them posters and signs. And it's a UK thing versus a Canadian thing. Ya pawn jumpers. Read, "Marching for all my trans siblings, past and present, and these meds save lives." It ended with crowds spilling into Trafalgar Square, filling the steps and fountains walls to watch speeches overlooked by artist Teresa Margolies, sculptor of a face cast from 726 trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people. It is the first time the endpoint to the rally has been the square, right in the heart of the city that belongs to us as much as anyone, said founding member of London Trans Plus Pride, Louis G. Burton. Every single person who marched today is proof we are not going anywhere, that our joy is louder than their hate, that London Trans Pride will keep fighting, keep loving, keep growing until every trans person is safe, seen, and free, they added. Before the march, a mother of a trans woman who took her own life said, "More children are going to die unless Mr. Burnham works to reverse the anti-trans policies that Sir Keir Starmer oversaw." Alice Littman, 20, had spent over 1,000 days waiting for gender-affirming care when she took her own life in May 2022. Her mother, former NHS psychiatrist Carolyn Littman, told the Press Association that the situation for trans people has deteriorated since then. Her youngest daughter, Alice, has faced name-calling, sexism, demeaning, biphobia, and a litany of errors as she tried to seek out gender-affirming care, Ms. Littman said. But she told PA, "Things have gotten so much worse, and it's just so disappointing because my family chose to go public with Alice's inquest in an effort to raise awareness of the terrible wait list and to really bring about change. And it's just got worse and worse and worse since that happened, and it's just so disappointing. And I kind of carry a lot of the burden. I feel like we have failed in our aims, and that's really, really disappointing." She added, "I just keep fighting, but it very often feels like nobody is listening." Two of her examples were the new Equity and Human Rights Commissioner guidance on single-sex spaces and keeping children safe and education guidance, where she describes Section 28, Mark II. The co-founder of advocacy group Transparent Action added, Andy Burnham, if you're listening, I'm a mother of a trans child who took her own life by suicide, and more children are going to die on your watch if you don't do something to reverse the anti-trans policies that your predecessor had overseen. This is telling you loud and clear it will happen and you will be responsible. More and more research is coming through every day, every week, every month to show that gender-affirming care is life-saving care, especially under 18s. Sorry, I haven't read this article ahead of time. I don't know how long it is. Just going scooch through. Okay, talking about the things. Talking about Keir Starmer, who doesn't matter anymore. So I think Starmer was very scared of the British media, which is ironic because they were never going to support him. He could have done anything and they were going to go against his government. So what I would say to Andy Burnham is the tabloids aren't going to support you anyway, so you might as well act with kindness and compassion. She added that there is no government obligation to act on that guidance. If Mr. Burnham really wants to pledge his support to the LGBTQ plus community, he needs to reject that guidance. Talking about, you know, all the false narrative around it. Let's see. A government spokesperson said the government is committed to protecting the rights, dignity, and safety of all LGBT plus people. There are clear laws in place to protect trans people from discrimination and harassment, which we will continue to uphold. We have strengthened protections for trans people against the hate crimes and push forward trans-inclusive conversion practices ban, as well as promoting LGBT plus rights internationally and improving LGBT plus healthcare. Our top priority is the safety and well-being of all children and young people in education. This is why we have issued updated keeping children safe and educating guidance. Anyway, main shot. Okay, I can close all those tabs. Boom. Oh, that was quite the docket. So, I think only one person really replied to my poll that I had near the beginning of this live stream. There was so much news to cover. I'm not covering it all tonight. That primarily being the wildfires. So I have an entire show about wildfires planned. So, in the SandBox, put a 1 if you would like to see it tomorrow. Put a 2 if you would like to see it on Tuesday. I'm open to doing it either night. So far, we have 1 vote for Monday. And democracy will win out in the SandBox. So that's a whole other live stream, more specifically about the wildfires. So please tune into that and spread my channel around because I need help growing it. So go and check the SandBox. Okay. Rusty, how about insurance for bad politicians? Oh, that'd be nice. We'd be getting some massive payouts. Okay, I saw those. Moomy, just when I was about to say the ads had slowed down, suddenly it yelled out, "You've got sex appeal." Angela, what about the attempted murder of a distressed person? Yeah, burning down a house with somebody in it, kind of attempted murder. But cops are allowed to get away with that sort of thing. Of course, I know cops are known to lie, Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes, we don't need the police, period. Defund, dismantle, reinvent. Yep. True Democratic North is to create labor division, as always. Not entirely sure what that's in reference to. The Wild West. Oh, it jumped. They want us fighting each other about nonsense so they can keep rolling in their piles of cash. Absolutely. Yeah, you know, that TYT sneak peek that I potentially have available for everyone actually goes into trans issues. The last stories I covered were actually a very good segue into them. So I got another one from Monday. You can only vote once. Looney Tunes. Kitsabawazi says 1. I keep missing the options. The Wild West. Yes, I know you're a one for Monday. Rusty, I did go subscribe to the Doctors Against Genocide channel. I checked in on them this morning, although, again, Sundays are really bad days for me to watch a live stream because I'm busy getting all this together. I wasn't able to tune in for it too long because they weren't speaking English, and when I'm doing this, I need to be able to listen to it, not watch it. And I don't even think there were subtitles, but I'll check it out again. Let's just do beer. I love this little knitted frock. Focus. Blah. Focus. Focus on the frog. Going to focus. There we go. The problem is that I don't want to play with it too much because I know the more I play with it, it'll eventually like break down the plastic and stuff. But my God, I love it. Even sounds like it's about to hack up a hairball. And I got this at the same festival. I have a thing for unicorns. I always have since I was a little teeny tiny kid. Yeah, so been working on some projects for people who are tuning in a bit later. I'm going back and cataloging all the major links I was using for Mark Carney and Doug Ford, all of the controversies and stuff that I've covered since Mark Carney got into office, which also covers off the last time Doug Ford was elected into office. So it's a grueling process. It's taken me a lot longer than I thought it would. And I'm also getting completely mind-fucked with my ADHD autism inability to tell time, because it's like, I remember when I tried a different hairstyle where I flipped it over. Could have swore it was just a few months ago I did it. No, it was over a year ago. But I'm like, how is that possible? It was just a few months ago I did that. No, over a year ago. Holy fuck, I was a year younger then. I just, wow. Kitsabawazi. Yeah, it's knitted. It's a little knitted frog with a squeezy ball inside. So I think my next live stream is going to be tomorrow. Yeah, and it's going to be about the wildfires because there was just so much on that particular topic that's like, yeah, it's just going to be its own. And it's just updates, you know, BC, Ontario, the United States, Europe, like Spain and France are just being devastated right now. So I already have a name for the stream, but I'm not going to tell you because I don't want somebody else to take it. So yeah, I'm cataloging all the controversy links about Mark Carney and Doug Ford since Mark Carney got into leadership, I should say. It was before the Liberal election, because I forgot some of these things too. Like the first thing he did as Liberal leader, not as Prime Minister, as Liberal leader, was get rid of the carbon tax. So yeah. Kabawa. I'm not saying your name right, but yes, the unicorn is super cute. I don't generally buy a lot of like knitted things or crocheted things, but sometimes it's just too damn cute to pass up. So last year at Pride, I got this. It's a pansexual kitty. So, yeah. So, yeah, and then I was working on the TYT essay, and that totally made me lose track of time because I went down a couple rabbit holes, and my God, did I ever find out something interesting. You cannot take at face value anything Cenk says. Just putting it out there. If he says anything to you and you have the ability to say this back to him, you need to do it. And that is cite your source. You absolutely 100% fucking need to do that every time he says something. Because there's a claim that there's something that he keeps on bitching about when it comes to trans folks in sports. But when you dig into it, wow. But he uses it all the time as an example as to why trans women shouldn't be allowed in sports. Looney Tunes, like I said, I need $1 bazillion to help cover off this table. And I have to have the energy. I still have a little bit of energy. But it will, eventually you will be seeing it when I get the essays out. And it's one of the things too, like originally I was going to put it into, okay, I don't know how many parts it's going to be, but part 6 of my video essay program, I've had to break my video essay program into 6 parts at least, because all the video clips and images and stuff was just too overwhelming for one instance of the video essay program. I do not know how many parts though of my video essays there will be. And so I was going to be adding this into the last part, but then I realized it fits better into another part. So there's a very long segment about TYT versus MR. So Cenk and Anna versus Sam and Emma, and just their history, where they started, where they are now. But then that also touches on some issues around Brianna Wu. And so I go into some details with her. And that leads into how TYT has covered trans issues versus how MR has covered trans issues. And so this really fit more into part 2. So that is where it's sitting at now. And when I dug into this, oh my God, the fucking rabbit hole I went down. Everyone needs to suffer these rabbit holes with me. Because, yeah, wow. And it's part of the reason why this takes so fucking long to do. Because I didn't think this would take that long. I already had the video clips, but then I just said to myself, I want to look into this story. And I can't actually whistle, so just imagine it's a down I went. Huh. And you would also see the origin stories of another thing. Oh, it's, yeah. I just really, 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 really hope that when I get those video essays out there, they do better than, fall flat. Because I'm still worried that they're only going to get like 1,000 views. And it's just the amount of work and effort and time and energy and research I've had to put into them. I hope that it at least gives a boost to my channel. Because I've been putting other things on the shelf to work on this. So I haven't been clipping my live streams. I haven't been adding content to my new YouTube channel, Sandy Lovis. Go check it out. I did put a new-ish video up on it recently where I clipped something from my This Space appearance, but then I added some stuff to it. Yeah. Like I've been putting those on the side burners so that I can focus on getting these TYT essays done because I only have so many spoons. So I really hope that in the end, this just, I'm not looking for miracles, it'd be nice, but I'm not expecting miracles. Let's put it that way. But just something that says it was worth my effort. Angela's also in for a 1. Because, yeah, anyone who watches these CYT essays, you cannot come away from that and then go and watch Cenk and Anna again and think of them as a reliable source ever again. I remember when I first started this script a year and a half ago. I said, now, by my definition of grifters, they don't quite qualify, blah, 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 blah. They are. There is irrefutable evidence. I had to work on changing my mind. Angela loves the frog. She's behind on the stream, so she's just seeing it now. Angela, Dr. Cass came out to say that her report was wrong and that her report shouldn't be used to limit gender-affirming care. I know. She's come out to debunk her own report in the way that it's being used anyway. But yeah. And all of this TYT essay that I'm doing right now, it all started because of fucking Twitter spat. Just a couple tweets back and forth, and then I'm like, I want to dig into this a little bit better, or I wanted to do like a better analysis. And it really just came down to this question, or this statement that I got from one of the people who was involved in this Twitter back and forth, saying that they don't like it when they see anyone be bullied or lied about, even if it's somebody, you know, who's like a public figure like Anna Kasparian. And I remember thinking to myself, if you don't like it when people are bullied or lied about, then why are you a fan of Cenk and Anna? Down the rabbit holes. I have like a landmine of rabbit holes around me now because of that. Because of that single thing. You know, it's amazing how an autistic mind works, because just based on the cover of this book exists, because that's how this project started, was write a story based on the cover. And now I've been living in that world for the past couple years, and I can't wait to get back to it. And there's going to be a bunch of books related to it, and I can't wait. And that was all just sparked by the cover. So all of this TYT essays was just sparked by that one Twitter fight. Atticus among us, if anything, will be cathartic to raise this. Yes, that's just to have it off my plate will be reward enough almost. Just to be done with it. I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Okay, I caught them. But my original goal of just getting it done on a weekend, like sending it out on a weekend before Cenk and Anna would have a time to reply to it, that's not going to happen. There's too many parts. Not that they would even reply to it, because Cenk doesn't remember me. You know, I only talked to him once, and he's had thousands of interviews in his career. Anna's never heard of me, so they don't know me. They don't know that I was ever part of the network. So the chances of them even acknowledging these TYT essays, it's like, yeah, no. I have to ground my expectations on a lot of things. And I don't even know how I would respond if they did. Like if they came out and be like, oh, it's all bullshit or something, I'd freak out. If they said, oh, we want to have you on your show to debate this bullshit, I'd freak out. You know, I'd freak out no matter what. Angela, oh wow, the Brianna Wu lore will be interesting. I started, right. Okay. I'm not getting into much of her lore, but I am talking about her because of her relation to TYT. And I'm pointing out that she has massive, and I didn't realize this is a thing, but it's a thing. She's MB-phobic. So she absolutely despises non-binary people. And so that's what I'll be touching on. But you know, her background with Gamergate and stuff like that. That won't be a part of it. There's only so many essays I can sub-essay into my essays. I know they don't give a shit about me, Looney Tunes. Atticus Among Us, oh, they'll have to reply after Silly and Billy jump in. There's a good chance that, you know, maybe the Vanguard will pick up on a clip or two, but again, I don't put any weight on that because they've heard my name. People have recommended I go on their show. People have contacted them privately and recommended I go on their show. Yeah, I still have not been on a show larger than mine. But I don't know. I don't know what kind of effect this has. I'm not doing it for the sake of drama. I'm doing it because of the bigger points underlying it, because that's part of the reason why this is still driving me. Is because of the messages behind it, what I'm trying to communicate to people, my commentary involved with it. That's the important thing. And just the damage I feel like Cenk and Anna are doing to the left. I was hinting at it before, you know, with this terrorist watch list that they've made up in the United States where left-wing terrorism is on it, and people like Hassan Piker and Amy Goodman and Ilhan Omar are on this new terrorist list and stuff like that. TYT won't be, because they serve a purpose to the establishment. They absolutely do. Sam used to say about Rush Limbaugh, used to say about Alex Jones, that if Alex Jones didn't exist, the CIA would create him. If TYT didn't exist, the establishment would create it. That's what I said. That's what I have to say about that. Yeah. So I've just been working like crazy. Yep, the Wild West, you criticize capitalism and you are Tower West now. Amy Goodman is awesome. She's amazing. She's a role model. But yeah, so, well, I think I am getting to the poop stage because it has been 4.5 hours. I still need to eat dinner and things of that sort. But please, I think I need to do like a fundraiser to help pay off this table. I'll be honest, it was $200. So that's a lot. That's a lot. But it's gonna last. It won't collapse. And it's just like to get the right dimensions of a table is a boardroom table. So any help getting this paid off, I'd really appreciate it. Sooner the better. And let's see. Yeah, I would just love to get into the position with my channel where I no longer have to put out calls like this. Where I'm self-sustaining type thing. That whenever a particular, you know, thing pops up, that I can handle it on my own. And that I can even help out some other people when they need it. That's where I'm hoping to get to, at least. Kit is saying, if it's okay, I'm just going to call you Kit. Looking forward to the videos. Curious to see if some of the other TYT alums will take an interest. Maybe. I will be talking about some of them, for sure. Let's see. If there's anyone live right now that I am familiar with. Okay, nobody I'm familiar with is live right now. Let's toss this up. So yeah, all this rigmarole, if you can. I'm still, I've tried, I think, Looney Tunes before to do Owen's Fireside Chat, but he doesn't have the feature for me to do that. But yeah. Still building up my new channel, Sandy Lovis, about art writing and all things creative. Please go check it out, subscribe. It'd be nice if one of my videos that isn't a short got to 100 views. It's reminding me of how difficult it was to grow my channel. Especially when you come out of nowhere and you don't have a proper setup and stuff. Like, I think after months and months and months, I still only had 60 people on it. So technically I'm growing my Sandy Lovis channel faster, even though I only have 70 subscribers on it. Yeah, one of these days. Because the thing is, if I were to win millions of dollars right now, I'd still be doing this shit. I'd still be doing this. YouTube channel, my writing, my art. Because this is what I want to do in life. I find it fulfilling. It gives me purpose. It gives me a creative outlet. I feel like I'm actually doing something good in the world. So this is what I would be doing, even if I was rich. I would just be doing it better because I would have a better setup. And I could pay people. But thank you, everyone, for helping out or liking, subscribing, sharing. Thank you, mods, for keeping the sandbox clean of turds. Thank you to everyone who has helped out financially. I really would not be here if it wasn't for that support. And I mean that as literal as you can get. I would not have made it this far. Yeah, so tomorrow, live stream, talking about the wildfires. Wednesday, Minuet will most likely be making an appearance on this space at 4 p.m. And then my next regular news live stream on Sunday, you know, providing everything is status quo. And so I think with all of that, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.